Check, check, check. Mic check test. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check.
तो किराए की ऑडियंस तो ऐसी होगी बट एटलीस्ट कुछ तो है.
Deepika, this audience comprises of your B school students primarily. Audience comprises of your B school students primarily.
And the audience. I don't know. These kids are, they look really.
अरे यार ये भी जा रहे हैं.
Maybe they've come for the wrong session. It's okay. Yes, we have to have a good discussion
Yes.
regardless.
Yes.
Mic check test. Hello, hello. Check,
Hello.
check. Hello, check. Mic check test. Check. Test 1 2 check. Check. ये माइक में बात करे तो नहीं आ रहा ना।
That is how, sure. I get that, right. And then once the presentation is done, then it will be open discussion. All right, ma'am. I'll be right here if you need anything. Just signal me. Perfect. Thank you.
Will now up and down something so that I'll cover.
Very good. Stay comfortable. Stay still. Do you keep coming to Hyderabad or no?
No, not
So this is what, like first visit, 10th visit?
no, no, no. Actually, my
You say I interned here. I saw in the link.
yes,
Yeah.
I interned and my parents were also here for quite some time.
Okay.
So I've spent some years in Hyderabad, but right now I think after I've joined work, I don't think I've actually come back to Hyderabad much, apart from when my parents have to come back. So yeah. Otherwise, no, most of my visits are in Bombay only.
Right. So this Vidhi Center is supported by whom?
So we have different funders. I mean, there are two ways in which we fund ourselves. One is our MOUs with the government. So we do legislative drafting.
So it is housed in that university.
No, no, there's no university.
Okay.
It's a Section 8 company.
Okay.
It's a section not-for-profit company. So we have engagements with different governments, ministries, state governments, and that's like one of the ways for us to sort of also fund our work. The other is we have different philanthropies or organizations that we can sort of give us donations and funds. So these are the like, and there are like a couple of these ways for our work.
So Nandan is associated, is it? And
No, so Rohini Niyagani is sort of fund some parts of our
work.
work.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Right.
Vaishnavi was with you? Okay.
So you can place it somewhere. While sitting, you're supposed to open and looking nice.
सब on है क्या? On है?
It's 9:57. Finally. So they are interested in this. Put our phone on speaker. Sorry, flight mode. So that. Okay. नहीं नहीं इवन एक्चुअली अगर कॉल भी आएगी ना तो शायद माइक जो है उसमें हमिंग आएगी. Okay. Done.
A very good morning, everyone. I am Nimisha Jain, Research Manager at the Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business. Take my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, and delegates as we embark on the concluding day of the Public Policy Dialogues. I would also like to welcome our online audience who are joining us from our various social media platforms. The past 2 days have been filled with insightful and engaging discussions, and today promises to be equally captivating. To begin our agenda, we have a compelling panel discussion on the intriguing topic of data protection legislation in India, implications for health and research. Ladies and gentlemen, India's journey towards robust data protection legislation has been a complex one, marked by multiple rounds of deliberations and different iterations of proposed bills across various ministries and departments. The newly enacted Digital Personal Data Protection Act, passed in August 2023, represents a significant step forward, simplifying the landscape and emphasizing the protection of citizens' right to privacy. However, as we delve into the practical aspects of implementing the Act, particularly within the healthcare sector, where data sensitivity is paramount, uncertainties persist. This session aims to bring together experts from the health, community, legal, and regulatory domains to deliberate on the potential opportunities the DPA presents. We will explore how it can leverage rapid technological advancements while addressing emerging threats, specifically within the healthcare delivery and research arena. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed panel members who will share their insights and expertise on this crucial subject. Mr. Ritesh, Director, Digital Health, Health Systems Transformation Platform. Can we please have a round of applause? Ms. Vaishnavi Mangal, Program Coordinator, iTech India. Ms. Shehnaz Ahmed, Senior Resident Fellow and FinTech Lead at Vidhi Center for Legal Policy. Mr. Asif Ali Zaidi, Research Consultant, Article 21 Trust. Mr. Srinivas, Group Head, Regulatory Affairs and Policy Group Head, Paytm. Please extend a warm welcome to the moderator of this discussion, Ms. Deepika Saluja, Program Manager, the George Health Institute of Global Health. Their diverse backgrounds and expertise will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the implications and possibilities that the Digital Personal Data Protection Act holds for health and research. Over to you, Ms. Deepika.
Session. Nimisha has kind of set briefly the context to the session, but so without going deeper into it, I'll just jump into the content of the discussion. And you can see on the screen, there's a question. What do you think, is data privacy same as data security? Maybe just to get a sense of what you all think. Is it same? Is it different? Any quick? Different, right? Anybody who thinks that privacy and security is same by any chance? Okay, good. So this is very briefly to tell you that data privacy and data security is often used synonymously in the literature, but they are very, very clearly defined, differently defined terms. When we talk about privacy, it actually refers to all the protective measures that we take while collecting, storing, sharing of data that we're using either for healthcare service delivery purposes or we're using it for research purposes. But when we talk about security, actually it means having all those security safeguards that will help the organization entities to ensure data privacy. So by that logic, actually data security is the prerequisite of data privacy. We cannot protect somebody's privacy, right to privacy, until we have the necessary security safeguards. And this was the point that I wanted to clear out from the very beginning. So this is very briefly to give you the backdrop that India's journey has been like over the past few years, particularly during the COVID, has been fast-tracked with all this Digital India mission and Ayushman Bharat and all of that. While it is important to appreciate that technological development and growth, we also need to understand that there are parallel threats that are happening, cyber crimes that are happening. Yesterday we were talking about the AIIMS cyber attack. Similarly, Safdarjung Hospital also faced something similar. So how do we find out how to best leverage the technology without compromising on the quality of the measures that we are using to protect and safeguard citizens' right to privacy? This is very minute, my apologies, but just to tell you, actually the journey to India's privacy legislation started in 2012 with perhaps Asif will share more details, but it started with AP Shah's Privacy Committee report in October 2012, and then followed by, particularly in August 2017, where the Supreme Court made a judgment declaring right to privacy as a fundamental human right. And then there were several rounds of revisions, changing the nomenclature, changing the scope of the legislation, reducing, expanding, critically reviewing, etc. And now, after over a decade, we have finally the new Digital Personal Data Protection Act. While this new act is different from the other versions, and very briefly to tell you that it is simplified, keeping in mind that an individual who doesn't have much knowledge of the legal language should also be able to read and understand what does it exactly inculcate. But in that process, it has lost a bit of nuances, and the deliberations and consultations are happening, some are needed to bring that, particularly with respect to the implementation of the legislation. It has emphasized on informed consent. It is claimed to be citizen-centric, focusing on protecting citizens' data privacy. It has a gender-neutral tone. It is available in local languages. So there are quite a good bunch of positives. But with respect to implementation, there is a bit of vagueness, and that is what we all have come together to discuss and deliberate on, that what inputs can we provide as, intellectual community to the government, and how those detailed aspects can be taken into consideration when defining the rules as we go on with the implementation of the Act. Just one last point is that the argument with which I started, the data security is the prerequisite of protecting data privacy, and the legislation emphasizes on privacy and misses out on specifics on security. So that is something to pay attention to when we are critically reflecting on the legislation. So with this, I set the context that data security is the prerequisite, and hence privacy and security both need to be integrated by design in the legislation and also in the implementation. The onus of protecting right to privacy should not be put on the citizens. It is a very, very unrealistic assumption, and hence we need to create institutional mechanisms and systems and structures that take the responsibility of protecting citizens' right to privacy. So, with this very brief setting the context, I'll take a couple of minutes to introduce the panelists, while Nimisha has already done that. But it will be helpful to understand where they're coming from with the rich expertise that they are bringing to the discussion. Starting with Mr. Asif Ali Zaidi. Asif is working with Article 21 Trust on issues surrounding privacy, surveillance, and Aadhaar. He holds a degree in law from Aligarh Muslim University and has worked as judicial clerk cum researcher at the Chamber of Justice A. Rajashekhar Reddy of Telangana High Court. He's enrolled with the Delhi Bar Council and has also worked with Advocate on Record for some time. Asif has been writing actively on various issues involving human rights and their intersection with technology. Welcome, Asif. Next, we have Shehnaz Ahmed from Vidhi Center for Legal Policy. Shehnaz is Senior Resident Fellow and Lead FinTech at Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, where she has worked with several ministries of Government of India on matters related to digital payment, financial regulation, commercial laws, businesses, and human rights. Her independent research at Vidhi focuses on leveraging technological solutions to build a robust and inclusive financial system for all in India. Prior to joining Vidhi, she has worked at the Financial Regulatory Practice, Mumbai, including payment systems on legal and regulatory issues. She has worked at the dispute resolution team at JSA New Delhi. She has written frequently for Oxford Business Law, blogs, media outlets like Hindu Business Line, and so on and so forth. I'll not be able to do justice, but just to give you a brief background of where Shahnaz comes from with her expertise. Next, we have Vaishnavi Mangal. Vaishnavi is a public health professional currently serving as program coordinator at iTech India. She holds a master's degree in social work from Delhi University and an MPhil in social medicine and community from GNU. Her expertise extends to digital health and qualitative health researcher, and she has a keen interest in various issues, including HIV, AIDS, nutrition, adolescent, and child health. She has been working on the effect of digitization on frontline health workers in India and its health implications. She is going to join a PhD program in digital health soon in Norway. Thank you. And she's going to bring very interesting on-ground perspective from the frontline health workers. So I'm really looking forward to that. Next, we have Ritesh. Ritesh is a digital health expert with over 20 years of experience working in this space. Ritesh is currently working as the Director of Digital Health with Health Systems Transformation Platform. Prior to HSTP, he has worked for Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission at the National Health Authority and various digital health initiatives in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, has worked for various organizations including WHO, Deloitte, EY, to name a few. Ritesh has contributed to the development of various national guidelines and toolkits for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and is passionate about enhancing healthcare service delivery through technology. Welcome, Ritesh. And last but not the least, very, very important is we have Dr. Srinivas Yanamandra from Regulatory Affairs and Policy at Paytm. He's a group head for Regulatory Affairs and Policy at 179 Communications Limited, Paytm. Prior to that, he was heading the compliance function of New Development Bank established by BRICS, headquartered in Shanghai. And over 22 years of professional experience, Srinivas's expertise covered various aspects of banking regulation, governance, risk management, fintech payment, digital lending, cyber security, etc. In addition, he has also collaborated with various central banks and financial intelligence units in BRICS, such as IMF, OECD, Knowledge Partnership, Interpol conferences. The list goes on and on. So with very not really brief, but yet brief introduction, I welcome you all. Thank you so much for making time to join us for this discussion. And I would then now begin actually with asking, maybe setting, I have given a bit of the context to the legislation, but I would now actually ask Asif to briefly emphasize what are the essential components of DPDP Act that we need to pay attention as individuals, as researchers, as professionals who are working within the healthcare space. Over to you, Asif.
Thank you so much, Deepika. Well, since she has also spoken about the AP Shah Committee 2012 that prepared the bill, so I'm not going into depth because I have the paucity of time, and since it's a 3 minutes thing, so I'll just jump into the Supreme Court's proceeding in case Puttaswamy, where the Government of India submitted an affidavit by saying that we have constituted a committee of Justice Shri Krishna, and now we are bringing a law. So Supreme Court of India noted that in privacy judgment, that yes, since you have constituted a committee, we commend you to bring a robust law on data protection. Supreme Court spoke of data protection law that should be the robust, and there Supreme Court also spoke of that while preparing a data protection law, the state's interest must be kept in mind. but state instead should not overlap the rights of the people. Therefore, the Supreme Court developed a proportionality test where the Supreme Court said the privacy of an individual can be infringed upon by following these three, fact principle, that is, there has to be a legitimacy. The law should be there, and there should be the legitimate state interest, and there should be the proportionality to that. Justice S.K. Kaul added one more fact to that, and he said that these things should be coupled with that the data can be processed, the privacy can be, infringed by following a procedural safeguard. So Supreme Court said that the privacy is a very much fundamental right. It inheres in a human being. It's a very natural right, and therefore Supreme Court overruled its judgment in MP Sharma and Kharak Singh. Now subsequently we have seen, the Personal Data Protection Bill that was submitted by Justice Shri Krishna Committee, and that was the bill of 2019. Subsequently, the bill was lapsed, and we have the bill was reworked by the Joint Parliamentary Committee, and it was renamed as Personal Data Protection Bill 2021. But that bill lapsed. Now the bill again was introduced by the government for the public consultation in November 2022. That is Digital Personal Data Protection Bill, and now it has become an act of the Parliament in August 23. So the very first thing is that the Supreme Court of India recognized privacy as a fundamental right. The previous two iterations, 2019 and 21, in their preamble recognized privacy as a fundamental right. So the very first thing that is missing from this present law is that the preamble is silent on the privacy as a fundamental right. That is the very first thing. The second, I'll take to the some important provisions. So the another important thing is the definition clause that speaks of personal data. 2T speaks of personal data. Again, there's a departure from the previous iteration. Now, there is only a personal data. The personal data of any individual that can be identified. That is the identifiable personal data. But the previous iteration had personal data, sensitive data, and biometric data. Today, we have only personal data. So as Deepika said, that it's a very brief law, and brevity has been observed. But in the name of the brevity, a lot of things have been omitted, or we have missed out. So that is one important aspect. So when we'll discuss further, I'll highlight how this is going to be a very challenging. Then we have the thing consent. So there is a notice aspect also. But notice, Section 5 speaks of notice. But notice aspects again becomes redundant when we speak of something which can be processed without having the consent of the data principle. So it speaks of data principle, and Section 2 also defines what is data fiduciary. So anyone who's holding the data, so it can be a single person or it can be a group of organization who's holding or the data, that is the data fiduciary. Data processor is somebody who is processing the data on behalf of data fiduciary. So that is another important thing. Second thing is, the Section 6 is consent. Consent becomes important because Supreme Court again emphasized on not just the right to privacy, but also informational privacy. So let me give you an example. Now we have Digi Yatra. People are, accessing the Digi Yatra at the airport. But here comes important the aspect of informational privacy, because you are being directed, sir, please go through this gate. It's a Digi Yatra. You will have the hassle-free access. And there comes a question, would you like to go through the Digi Yatra or not? But that is not being taken into care. They just click and you go. So informational privacy aspect has also been done away with. So this is also important. And again, one important thing, the law says if your data has been processed before the enactment of this law, so you need to give your consent. But what is interesting is it says if you don't give the consent, your data shall continue to be processed. So again, the very purpose limit, because when this 2020 bill was released for the public, so the Government of India also issued an explanatory note, and it says that these are the GDPR 6-7 principles on which, and they are universally accepted principles, on which we have prepared this data. So this law, that is transparency and accountability and purpose limitation and accuracy. And then we have again Section 7 that speaks of certain legitimate interest, certain legitimate stage where we can process the data without consent. So I'll come to this later on because, we have very short time. So I'll just highlight three provisions. One is we have diluted certain rights. So now we have, right to have my information that has been processed. But the right to forgotten has been, omitted. That was there in these previous iterations. Right to data portability has been done away with. And then right to correction has also been subjected to the state mandate. So if I want to, erase my entire information from internet today, I can't do because there is a limitation by the state within the law itself that's subject to the condition, then you can do that. And then we have section 17, which is, exemptions. And it's a very wide, clause. It's a very wide, it gives ample power to the state. The state can process any data under section 17. And then we have data protection board. Data protection board, it gives, again, the power is with the government of India.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Asif. Sorry, I feel really... The points that you have raised, you've given a good glimpse of, the essential aspects which have been missed and need to be emphasized, starting from that preamble component of bill being act being silent on that. I think another very important thing that you raised was that when you were referring to that example, that many of these services, when we consent to, access to these services is actually conditional to our consent. So it's not really an independent, free consent as it has been written in the bill. And it should not be conditional upon providing or limiting access to certain services, particularly, for example, beneficiaries of, for the lack of better word, the social welfare programs. Right? So if they agree, if they say that I do not want my data to be processed, their entitlements will stop at that point of time. So I think this is a perfect segue for Shehnaz, you to bring in here to the discussion. Perhaps you can reflect on this and bring in more insights on from the intersection of technology and human rights, how it interplays.
Hi, good morning, everyone. For me, when I look at the DPDP Act, I kind of feel that it's actually the beginning of something and not an end in itself, right? For me, I look at it as the beginning of a framework in India to protect informational privacy in a more meaningful manner. It's definitely an improvement over what we had or what we have, which is essentially the rules under the Information Technology Act. So before I start, I mean, there are certain things from a, from an informational privacy point of view, which I think are important. I mean, today you have a law which recognizes certain rights which are important in a digital world, whether it is right to know what data that is being processed, the purpose for processing that data, the right to erasure. Today you have the fact that there is a framework which talks about children's data. Today there, other than the exceptions set out, under the legitimate use cases, it is a consent-based framework. If you look at the existing rules, which under the Information Technology Act, it only said that your data needs to be processed. There has to be a consent for it. Today, the law talks about the fact that, there has to be a free consent, informed consent. It has to be given. There has to be an affirmative action to show that consent has been given. So I do feel that there is definitely some progress that we are seeing. Of course, if you ask me the question, is it the perfect law? Of course not, right? Because we will obviously have to a lot of it will also get perhaps clarified in the rules. I'm sure we'll go and discuss this in the further segments. But for me, while it does a good job of recognizing certain digital rights, while it does a good job of the fact that there are certain important obligations cast on data fiduciaries, whether it is purpose limitation, storage limitation, the whole idea of companies, collecting mass volumes of data using bundle consent mechanisms, storing data permanently. These are market practices that have to be relooked in light of what the DPDP Act says. But having said that, there are three areas which I do think will be very critical going forward, and these are going to be the sticking points. One itself being the Data Protection Board. Now, as a policy lawyer, when we talk about regulatory frameworks, when we talk about laws, you may have multiple laws, you may design multiple laws, but at the end of the day, when it comes to how it impacts the person on the road, how it impacts you and me, everything, it will depend on the enforcement mechanism. It will depend on how it gets implemented. Today we have this Data Protection Board, which has a very limited scope. Its role typically comes up only when a breach has occurred, right? What kind of powers does a regulator or a board need to create actually a culture of privacy in India, to create a culture of privacy compliance in India, because that is important. The second part, which Asif has also briefly talked about, is the state exemptions, right? I mean, it's been there for, in different versions of the bill. There might be certain reasons why these exemptions are given, but no one can deny the fact that these state exemptions can have, they have the potential of being misused. So there are concerns around state exemptions. And third, which I think you also mentioned, Asif also mentioned, is the fact that we are very happy that it's a simplified version of the law. We talk about this principle-based legislation in India, but the problem with this principle-based legislation is the fact that we do not have a privacy jurisprudence, unlike, in EU or some other countries. So, and a lot of it has been left to the subordinate legislation or the rules. So this is problematic, not just from the, not from a citizen perspective, but also from a business perspective. So there is a lack of certainty. So I think we can discuss these 3 points further, but yeah, right now these are the points.
Thanks a lot, Shahnaz. I think that really helps put these points into perspective. And I'll now invite Srinivas to maybe bring in some, based on your rich experience, bring in some, comparative examples from US's HIPAA and EU's GDPR. How do you think that India's DPDP Act fare comparatively?
So thanks, Deepika. And just a disclaimer, these are my personal views, not of the organization that I represent. But having said that, I just want to focus upon what exactly is there in the Act rather than what it could have covered or what it is not currently dealing with, because that is most important for entities like us who have to comply first, because what is not there is not the question that we'll get, but what is there in the Act, and we have to be answering to that. Now, to do that, we need to first take a step back and see what in the privacy circles called as the transatlantic debate. The transatlantic debate is basically the way US treats the privacy versus EU treats the privacy. In the United States, the privacy is completely left to the individuals to understand and then enforce the right. There, the entities will get a kind of an upper hand. The moment they take a consent from the customer, everything is left to the customer to deal with, and organizations are largely insulated from the implementation part of it, because the only thing that they need to do is to secure consent. Whereas on the other hand, the EU, what it has done with GDPR is basically put the rights of the customer into the paramount importance. So organization can no longer say that it has been consented, but there are certain obligations that the organization also has to do to respect the rights of the customer. But the Indian way, I think the Indian way is like a kind of a little step up than the GDPR is what my fundamental understanding when I was reading the Act. Starting from, say, for example, the basic nomenclature that we have used, because in the GDPR we call it as data subject. So we said that we are not in the colonial area where somebody is a subject of somebody else actually. So we said that there is a data principal who owns the information. So that is the fundamental nuance optically, but it is giving a kind of a signal to the way in which the newness is trying to get embedded. In the same manner, in the GDPR, they are called as data controllers. So who controls your data? We are not calling them as controllers, we are calling them as fiduciaries. Fiduciaries are someone who holds your information in the trust for you. So that is the kind of basically the optical sense of explaining that there is some attempt that is getting done where you as a principal has got some kind of a ownership and of the right of the information, and that ownership you are giving to the fiduciary who has to exercise that in the form of a trust. Now, having said that, how does the data fiduciary going to exercise that fiduciary responsibility? Now we are talking about here digital personal data. We are not talking about the information en masse actually. So when it is a digital information, then there should be a digital way of like securing this protection. And here is the novel feature that comes, which I call it as, rather which is called in the Act as consent managers as such, which is not there very vocally in any of the countries, at least in the privacy laws I have seen, where consent management is mentioned as an important obligation. But how do you make sure that this obligation of the customer managing his consent? In the Act, it is said as FSIUU. This is basically the consent framework: free, specific, informed, unconditional, unambiguous. So this is the way in which the consent has been defined. Now, this kind of a nomenclature, how does a customer get to know? How does he understand that it is free? How does he understand that it is specific? How does he understand that it is informed? And who is going to assist him in the process digitally? And here is what the new entity called as consent manager will come into picture. And the consent manager is going to be a kind of an application. It is a wrapper application that is going to come. The wrapper application is going to enable the customer to handle all these rights with the data fiduciary in a technologically savvy way. And for those people, it appears like a Greek and Latin. I'll try to say, if you are from the financial sector, there is something called as an account aggregator framework. Earlier, if you are going to have, say, for example, a loan application done, you have to go to 10 different banks, 10 different insurance companies, 10 different mutual fund companies, and then you have to get the statements and use to give to the banker for him to assess your creditworthiness. Now, with account aggregator coming in, Reserve Bank of India has said that it is no longer your duty to go to the different people. There is a centralized authority, which is the account aggregator, and that account aggregator manages all these things in an encrypted way. So there are certain standards in which the account aggregator is going to mediate between the person who has your information, the person who needs your information. So as a customer, you need not now run around with banks and all, need not run around about your privacy and all. All you have to do is to tell the account aggregator, pull my information, give to this person. And that becomes an easy way of handling this because it is all click of button. I want 3 bank statements to be given to this lender. Only 2 bank statements to this lender. All these things happen through the app called as account aggregator, the standards of which have been developed by a self-regulatory organization called as Sahamati, and Reserve Bank of India has reviewed these standards through its IT subsidiary, and the protocols are laid down. And the same kind of a thing for financial data is already in existence. The same thing is getting replicated to the DPDP Act for the other data also. So I would be waiting and watching in terms of how DPB, Data Protection Board, is going to operationalize the consent manager framework, because there will be multiple consent managers who are going to come. So to answer my fellow panelists' question in terms of how do we enable customers having something, we are going to get a tool, which is not there in GDPR, not there in US Act actually. Now, whether that tool is really the best of the tool that we are going to get, or it is only a design but not in implementation, that is what Shehnaz has said. I think I'll also want to see how DPB is going to do this thing. And the last point is basically, while we have a tool, there is an architecture also that is the DPDP Act rests upon. The architecture is what we call as DEPA, Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture, or Data Protection and Empowerment Architecture, DPEA, which is basically in the country in the last 5 years, there is a growing importance on data, public data infrastructure basically. So we are treating data protection as a kind of a public infrastructure project. If we treat that way, most of the interventions that we can do to protect the privacy of the customer need not be handled at the customer level. You can handle it at the infrastructure level. One example I can give in the context of financial services, your card data. So as long as you think that your card data is getting stored by the company, and the card data can be misused or it can be used for promotional purpose or tracking purpose, for example, that entire thing is vanished when Reserve Bank of India has announced what is called as COFT, Card on File Tokenization. The moment your card number gets anonymized, then there is nothing you need to worry about, because the company which is getting your card data doesn't need to have any kind of an access to your information. And you can give freely the card to any entity in the financial services industry in the country, which is not there anywhere elsewhere in the world. In US also, if you give the card, tokenization is the responsibility of you. But here, tokenization is the responsibility of the institution. So the moment you have created such kind of a framework, where instead of worrying about the privacy, information anonymization happening at the level of the customer itself is the beauty of the data public infrastructure, which are digital public infrastructure that we are going to talk. How it is going to get operationalized in a non-financial context, in a healthcare context, for example, things we have to wait and watch.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Srinivas. I think it was interesting, particularly, to see when we look at the act from citizens' rights perspective, and then what potential technology can offer in taking that onus away from citizens, as I was mentioning, and creating those mechanisms, institutional structures that from the government, from the entities who are operating and collecting and storing and processing their data, actually have those mechanisms in place that protect citizens' privacy. Moving on, I think what is interesting is, and I'm going back to Shehnaz's point where you were referring to, it is critical to have a culture of privacy compliance, right? And just by having a bill or having those policy documents does not really ensure that. It involves a lot of behavioral changes, institutional mechanisms, compliance, what measures are there that incentivizes maybe to initiate with entities who are processing and storing data. And that is a very good segue for me to move the discussion into and bring Ritesh, because we have Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission working very strongly in creating that digital public health infrastructure through its different components. Ritesh, perhaps you could bring in some of those insights on how do you see this act aligning with the ABDM Act, and particularly with respect to its implementation.
Thanks. Thanks, Deepika, and thanks organizer ISB and Public Policy Division for calling me for this discussion. It's a very crucial one. I'm working with the implementation side from last almost 17, 18 years, and my perspective would be very, very different in comparison to the other panelists. So throughout my career, I was on the implementation side. When yesterday people were talking about ANM and Aabhas, they are over-occupied. So I am one of the culprit basically, because most of the applications they are working upon, be it ANM and MOL, RCH, NCD application, most of them were designed or conceptualized by me or my organization at point of time. So what we precisely have to understand, even the data was processed before also. Even with the introduction of the bill, what I am forcing is now we'll have a more legitimate use of the data. Initially, even when there were breaches happening, nobody was accountable, some way or other way. But at least this time, what I am forcing is now we'll have more security and privacy aspects to the processing of the data. If we recall, Government of India introduced Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission on 27th of September 2021 with the objective that a lot of data digitalization is happening. But there is a need to transform the data. There is need to have a framework which supports interoperable exchange of data across the platform. So if we are talking about, there is a separate segment in which government sectors are working. There is a separate segment in which private sectors are operating. And their patient, who is some way or the other way owner of the data, doesn't have any right. So if we are talking about Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission and the building blocks it talk about, like Ayushman Bharat Health Account, it is providing beneficiary and the patient a unique identity through which it can be identified across the spectrum in health ecosystem across with unique health ID. If we are talking about, say, health professional registry, so every doctor is supposed to be identified in not only the doctor, even the health workers, ANM, ASHA, lab technician, nurses, everyone need to have one health professional ID so that the system can identify them uniquely. And when your record, the health record is generated, you are able to understand that this is being generated by this doctor. When I was in IPD, so this doctor, this nurse has taken the notes against this. So when I'm going to any pharmacy, who has given me, and the third building block is the health facility registry, which actually helps the beneficiary or the citizen to identify the facilities, be it the lab, be it the pharmacy, be it the hospital, very uniquely. So everyone has a very different kind of a ID. Even we used to have IDs before also, but now the best part is these are verifiable credentials, these are verifiable registries. The most different aspect as on date what Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is following is like if you change your mobile number, so your Aabha address automatically change. So this is the part, and anyone can verify this. So when you are going to any other facility, your new Aadhaar ID is not created. If it is already created, they'll fetch the same ID, so that when they are pushing the records, they are actually pushing the record against the same ID. The other thing that I like to highlight is ABDM was created with the perspective that whatever digital public infrastructure that is available, we can talk about JAM, but at the same time, if we are talking about, say, like data storage, I'm just, sorry, missing the name, like Jandhan account, Aadhaar, but at the same time, within the ABDM building block, even we have created certain infrastructures like the building block, Aadhaar, etc., and everything. But most important and the crucial part was the creation of the Health Information Exchange Consent Management Framework. So the consent manager artifact was envisaged by Ministry of IT in 2014. At that time, it was envisaged it is a digital instrument which is going to help beneficiary, giving them the consent, and going to help the fiduciary to process their consent digitally. So when Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission conceptualized, they actually followed the same principle and they implemented the HIECM, Health Information Exchange Consent Manager. And the best part about Health Information Consent Manager is, while it is linking your health data which is available across facilities, but HIECM in itself doesn't storing your data. This is the beauty of the HIECM. So what happens is HIECM always store a reference number, and against that reference number, if your data is available, say in AIIMS Delhi, PGI Chandigarh, or SGPGI Lucknow, so they'll have a reference number, and by the time patient is visiting, now patient is suppose visiting to Lady Hardinge Medical College, and patient give the consent to the doctor that I am keen to share my data with you. So now the hospital information system that is there in the Lady Hardinge is actually hitting the HIECM. The HIECM, because it has the reference of the ABA and a reference of the patient record that is available across the hospital. So now there is a whitelisting that is inbuilt in the design of the HIECM, and with that whitelisting, whatever records that are available of the patient across hospitals is being fetched and then pushed to the Lady Hardinge Medical College, because the patient consent is already there. And again, we are saying that the consent of the patient is important. So without the consent of the patient, HIECM is not going to execute even a single command. So this is the beauty of the system, and that's why when people are saying by design, so HIECM follows by design security principle, by design privacy principle while processing all kind of requests. I'm going to take one more minute. So if we are talking about, say, DPDPA, for me, and what highlighted by Shahnaz, yes, it is something which is work in progress. Like in HIECM, initially it was very difficult to process the Aadhaar ID of children's, because who is going to give the consent? Yeah, now it is there. But at the same time, again, when it comes to single parents, when it comes to children's without parents, how to process, this is something which is still visible. So thanks for highlighting it, that it's something which is in process. And most important part, considering the theme of the public policy dialogue, human development, and even other panelists also highlighted this, when we are processing this data, even we are saying that the citizen and patients are informed. To be honest, I worked in ABDM as project director for almost a year. And what I really believe is, when we are seeking the consent, the transaction is happening hardly in 15-20 seconds. Forget about sharing the privacy policy statement. We are just saying that it is something which is mandatory, and if you are not aligned to it, you can't be part of this. So this is something which should not happen. And at the same time, people who are creating the Aadhaar IDs have to ensure that they should convey the same with conviction to patient and beneficiary. Like most of the people, even in this forum, might not be aware of that HIECM, we are talking about Aadhaar IDs, but HIECM doesn't understand what Aadhaar ID is. It works on the principle of Aadhaar address, and you can access all the services of HIECM even without Aadhaar number. It is there. but people are not aware of. And I believe the human development piece, which is theme of this entire public policy dialogue, is something which need to be emphasized.
Thanks a lot, Ritesh. I think what one clear point that I can pick up is that when we talk about even strengthening institutional mechanisms, complementing it with creating awareness amongst the citizens on their rights, but also very important piece of the puzzle is that people who are implementing, who are on the other side, their capacity strengthening, their understanding of what essential components are, whether it is with respect to protecting citizens' privacy, whether it is with respect to actually utilizing those security safeguards, how to access it, how to ensure that citizens' right to privacy is protected by their actions, what could be the implications of their actions or negligence. I think that is very, very important. Thanks a lot. I see the time is running out. I'm sorry, Vaishnavi. Here, I would want you to bring in community's perspective, particularly. I think we've heard a range of perspectives from these speakers. What do you think? You have worked with the frontline health workers on the ground, primarily for digital health, and we have heard from sessions yesterday, day before yesterday, on how frontline health workers feel about filling the data in digital apps. Could you bring in some reflections in relation to the Act?
Okay, yeah, hi. So I'll start with one thing that when we discussed TPP Act, we said in the previous iteration it had like differences like this is personal data, this is sensitive data. So current iteration of the Act just like clubs it in one personal data. So what happens is medical data or health data in itself is sensitive data. So you don't have that category left. So what happens is now any private organization, any government organization, whoever wants to partner up with government can actually like come up with any program and say ki Anganwadi workers can collect this data, that data, and it can come for like, as we said that the Act is for more for government. Secondly, now coming to how Anganwadi workers are affected. So I worked with Anganwadi workers, Asha workers in Delhi, and I'll just give you an example. So they work on Poshan Tracker. So as you said, Ritesh said that he's the one designing all these things. So okay, yeah. So what happens is they worked on Poshan Tracker, and Poshan Tracker, in Poshan Tracker, they have to fill data every day of more than 50 indicators. So if a child is coming to Anganwadi, they have to fill the attendance, they have to fill the 3 activities, they have to fill when the child is leaving, they have to fill if the child height, weight, etc. And total in that app, there are 167 indicators which Anganwadi workers have to fill in Poshan Tracker. So what is happening is when we are making this digital data infrastructure, when we talk about health systems, so digital inclusion, digital India, all good. I totally agree. Like when we had the AI session, yesterday, we could see that how AI can actually help in diagnosis, care, etc. But when we talk about frontline workers, we need to see that frontline workers have a responsibility to the community. They are community care workers. What is happening in this whole thing for data is the new oil, is that community care workers are becoming census workers. You are asking them to fill data, you are asking them to fill on the same day. There are models like, there are so many organizations, big and small, who are making their own algorithm for testing, tracing, etc. They also go, and so first point of community for health, our health system is structured in this way that primary level where most health workers should be, where most robust force should be, we have delegated 80% of our healthcare responsibility to 2 women, Anganwadi and Asha, who are volunteer workers. So every organization, every government who wants to work with the community goes to them. They are already unpaid, they are voluntary workforce, they are already overburdened, and then these people gets the burden of running the whole digital system. Like, whom are you placing the burden on is what I wanted to talk about. So when you are asking them for data for 167 indicator, when you are asking them the data, please run our algorithms, please test our algorithms, please do our test. So you are actually overburdening them, and it's not helping the health system. In the end, your services should help the health system. No, it's helping the organization, it's helping the government. But again, they are care worker for the community. They are not doing their care work, they are doing all this data thing, health thing, etc. So when we talk about digital health, we should also be careful that digital health should not take over the health system. Digital health should strengthen the health system, is my point.
Thanks a lot, Vaishnavi. Wonderful point. I think this communicates, this message in a way communicates that whatever policies, legislations that we make, until and unless we listen to the people who are implementing these policies or legislations on the ground, we will just end up creating systems at the higher level which do not respond to the needs on the ground directly. And particularly given that community health workers, I remember this, I had quoted in my thesis 7 years ago, that community health workers as street level bureaucrats actually are the face of all the policies, campaigns, programs, legislations. Regardless of how much health system is struggling, who eventually faces the brunt of failures of these policies from the community is actually those frontline health workers. So it is very, very important to look at that co-production that we were talking about in yesterday's Healthcare for All session, that actually paying attention to the people on the ground, the ones who are implementing the programs. I see there is only 10 minutes left. I have a detailed round, but what I'll do, I'll just adapt it, and I would want you to spend, we can talk about challenges all day and that will never end, but what I wanted to bring in is a more solution-oriented approach. While we have discussed the positives and things that need improvement, from your experience specifically within the area of work that you have been engaging in, if you could pick up and elaborate on one critical challenge that needs urgent attention, and what could be the potential way to resolve this. Perhaps that would be really, really helpful. So maybe we can start with Asif.
Okay, so I'll begin with where the Vaishnavi has left. So
I request you to please wrap up in 2 minutes roughly.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
sure.
sorry
I'll try.
for the short,
Okay,
but
I'll try.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, sure. So she spoke of the digital health system, and where that how technology is pushing away the very purpose for which technology is being used. So that I have also experienced in certain other welfare schemes and other welfare programs as well. It's very good, and I must commend the very first thing that the law has 2 very important things. First thing, now the data, in cases of data breach, data principal shall be notified by the data fiduciary, because we have not seen in the recent time, except in case of AIMS, where Air India, where Air India notified its customers in case of data breach. Otherwise, AIMS data breach happened, and we have seen in June COVID's data breach, CoWIN app's data breach, and then Honorable Minister had to say that this data breach does not belong to the current data breach, but it may have happened in the past. That is the PIB's release. He said, he considered the very fact. So technology should not lose away the very essence for which the technology is being used. That is the very first thing. Second is the compliance of industry will definitely, increases. But my point again is that Aadhaar, these Aabha IDs. Yesterday I was speaking to a friend who's been working here as a special correspondent for the Hindu, and I was just telling him that how post vaccine thing, Aabha IDs were generated without the consent. And he was little astounded, and he was not very sure. So I asked him to check whether you have, whether there is a possibility. And for his utter surprise, there was his Aabha ID. it had his Aadhaar details, he had his birth, date of birth and everything is there. So again, my emphasis is that the very consent mechanism, because we live in a country where I spoke again to a gig worker from Hyderabad, and he said that I enrolled with Ola. And the moment I enrolled with Ola, Ola gave me just 30 seconds to mark all these that I agree with this, and then within 30 seconds. So I can't read those 48 pages form and conditions. I just mark because I want to earn. So here this is the problem. Consent that is informative and that is specific. It has to be, people must be told about that yes, your data is being processed, but the law lacks is the specific, again, purpose limitation, because the data we are using again and again and again, and we are storing. There is no scope of erasing the data. So that needs to be taken care of in my understanding. And one last point for me, the last thing is social benefit, welfare schemes. The government has given itself the power to process any data for the benefits that it's, giving. But NREGA is not a benefit. I'm so sorry to say. PDS is not a benefit. It's not a dole. It's not a charity. It's an entitlement. You can't process the data of somebody who's the entitled. If you are giving some dole or charity, so you can process the data, but NREGA is not the charity. Again, the PDS is not. These are the entitlements created by the law. So you can't process these data without their consent, without their specific consent. That has to be informed. So we need to look forward to these aspects also, and the government should look in that sphere as well. Thank you so much.
So I think I'll kind of take the points that have come here. Ritesh talked about how, the healthcare sector has been thinking about data governance prior to the DPDP Act. Srinivas talked about the consent managers in the financial sector. This is where I feel that there will be a very dire need to ensure that there is some coordination between different sectoral regulators, between different nodal ministries when it comes to the implementation of the Act. So far with the, whatever current framework we have, each sector has developed at its own pace, each sector has designed its own rules, regulations, each sector has its own standards. Now, how to ensure that there is a seamless integration of these existing infrastructure with the DPDP Act, while at the same time also ensuring that individual rights remain protected, is going to be key. As I said, the board doesn't really have much of a power here to ensure that kind of seamless integration, but perhaps it will essentially now fall onto sectoral regulators, to nodal ministries, to ensure that there is regulatory coordination. And somebody who works in the policy space, I know that this is something easier said than done. But yeah, this will be critical going forward. Second, I think for data fiduciaries, you have to now reimagine how consent has to be taken. These examples of, long drawn forms with verbose language, trying to saying that just because you enter the web page, you have consented to sharing all your data. All these practices have to be sort of, re-looked at. You have to think about techno-legal solutions to be able to effectively implement what the law actually requires you to do. And third, sort of Vaishnavi very correctly sort of said, at the end of the day, we may have as many laws as possible. Implementation is where the problem is. And somebody has to invest in capacity building. Somebody has to invest in advocacy. Now, who that will be is something that obviously has to ponder. Because of the limited role of the current regulator, it will obviously fall on different ministries possibly, but there has to be emphasis on capacity building and advocacy going forward. So yeah, these are the three areas.
Thank you. Srinivas?
So I'll just take one reference to Bhagavad Gita in chapter 10, verse 38. There is this mention about Vibhuti Yoga. Vibhuti is basically the opulence, basically the grace of the Lord actually. So where he says that Maunam Chaivasmi Guhyanam Jnanam Jnanavatamaham. Basically, of all the things that has to be kept secret, silence is the best weapon. And of all the things that has to be considered as best, basically, Jnanam, insights are considered to be the best. So you have got two different things which God says basically to say that one, you have to keep everything silent or secret, basically it's privacy what we are talking about. And then there is also an equally important obligation for us to gain insight from that. Now, this is exactly the contradiction that DPDP Act has to face. You have to keep something private, but at the same time, you also have to give the benefit of insights to the people. Like, say, for example, apps like us. We have to also keep your data safe, but also have to give you which deal is beneficial for you, which location has got the best restaurants available, which are the shopping that are offering you certain kind of discounts, for example. So there are both the things that we need to do. So our app has to be able to secure the personal data in a private manner and also make sure that you get the insights. Now, how do you manage both is something which we need to see in a digital way, at which stage we encounter what we call as privacy enhancing technologies. So basically we get the data, but that the data gets anonymized to certain extent that the personal characteristic of the data is removed, but the insights from that starts popping up. So now in the Act, if I have to take one point which the Act still needs to work on, this is this recognition of privacy enhancement technologies in such a way that the organizations can implement certain technologies which will anonymize but not take away the insights part of it. So how do we promote ad? How do we promote co-branding? How do we promote deals, for example? So these are all the things that are useful, but people are interested in that. But what they are not interested is to trading in your personal data, for example. So the privacy enhancement technologies having a certain set of standards which meet the requirement of DPDP has to be laid down by the Data Protection Board. And in the world, only Ireland has come out with this. Ireland's Information Commissioner office has come out with a guidance note in terms of what constitutes privacy enhancement technology, which standards have to be followed. In the banking context, we have for internet banking that 128-bit encryption or 256-bit encryption. So if the standard is there, then it is easy for the people to implement it. So in the same way, DPB has to come out with which standards of homomorphic encryption, for example, or the synthetic data generation, for example. So when will they constitute as compliant to DPDP? That has to be laid down so that the organizations can follow that. And a lot of work, because again, I'm saying we are talking about digital data. So there is a need for us to have the privacy enhancing in a digital way, for which PETs, privacy enhancement technologies, and the standards to implement them is going to be the key. Thank you.
Thanks. Ritesh and then Vaishnavi.
Yeah, so actually we look at the HICM, there is a health data management policy app 2022 which talks about data de-identification and data anonymization. But if I look at this with respect to DPDPA, it is not very clearly articulated. Without this, if suppose we have to process the data for artificial intelligence, so we need to have large set of data which is desired for processing and for creating the trends and validating the result. This perspective is missing, and I believe this needs to be some way articulated in the upcoming sessions or maybe in the upcoming laws. The second thing is, even we talked about right to forgotten, but by design actually we'll think or consider the HICM. Patient or the beneficiary can give the consent, their data would be deleted at their end, but the reference will always remains with the HICM. So there is no provision to delete it. So how to go about it? What are the mechanisms through which it can be deleted? Third thing is the data retention policy. It is mentioned, but unless and until it is requested by the beneficiary or by the patient, it is till eternity. And most important and crucial part is risk arises due to loss of personal data which is vested with the government is something which DPDPA is silent about. And lastly, I'm really looking forward to that whatever this legislation is, how it is get implemented in next 3-4 years or so. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
One thing I wanted to point out is last time also when we talk about consent manager, it's all good. But when we talk about health and health system, if you even go to any hospital today, any patient coming will come with like bags full of files. So they will come with everything from their medicine, prescription to reports, etc. So when we talk, I am totally in favor of digital technologies, but the thing is, we should also realize that a lot of digital tech, AI cannot work when we don't have systems on the ground. So what happens is when we talk about consent manager, those poor patients in emergency will give consent to everything. You will get their HIV data, X-ray, this, that, they will give consent because they don't understand. Medical field, public health is already in so much information asymmetry that we know, patient don't know, they don't understand. Secondly, when we are talking about what can we do better, I think health research, health and in public health generally needs a lot of AI, especially in diagnosis, cancer treatment, etc. And it has a lot of, because in India we have a very good treatment delay, loss to follow up, tuberculosis and HIV patient we are not able to track, and AI and like Vadvani and Cure AI are doing intervention to actually keep them in treatment cascade. We need that, but we also need to realize is when I talk about frontline perspective, when I talk about public healthcare workers, so you need to either build a dedicated workforce for, who just works on research or public health research, and other countries like US have it. Otherwise, what you do is you recognize these volunteer workers, community health workers as like proper, they are not your voluntary workers. They should not be paid honorarium. You regularize their job, you make it a 9 to 5 total job, you give them proper training to do your work. See, the thing is, all the AI, all the algorithm depends on data. If the data quality on ground is rushed, if they are filling it under, punitive action, like Anganwadi workers in Delhi are filling wrong data so that they should not show a child that he or she is malnourished, because they get memos why is the child you are treating is malnourished. So the thing is, there should not be punitive action, there should be more training, there should be the system, the digital health system is, when it is being operationalized at ground level by them, then it should take them in trust, is what I am saying. So here is the clash, that our digital health system is very top down and the ground is not responding to it.
Thanks a lot, Vaishnavi. I think we've got a range of, it looks like if I try to fit all these pieces of puzzle, it kind of lead me to thinking that until and unless we actually strengthen our health system, and as part of that health system strengthening, creating, building and strengthening the digital health system, we will not be, that is the only way forward. We cannot rely completely on technology and keep imagining problems to be solved with that technology without paying attention to the core components of health system strengthening. And I think each one of your comments and recommendations point toward like fitting a piece of puzzle in that health system strengthening box. So maybe, I don't know if there are any questions. We can take one or two very quick questions.
Thank you. It's for Vaishnavi. 25 years back, we were implementing ERP system, and the data that we were putting in was being used by accounts department. There was no ROI, return on information. I'm feeding the information for somebody else. If I'm feeding the information for myself, then I'll be careful. Okay? Thank you.
Quickly share this thing. I come from computer sciences background. I'm a management consultant. The data and context should be distinctly differentiated and protected. So DPTP, in my opinion, should be DPCP. Context should be protected, not the data. As Srinivas Garu rightly said, let the data be used. Nobody cares. But the context in which data has been gathered, if it is protected, in my opinion, that would actually help everybody.
Very interesting. We have a question there.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sato doing community health research, and we get grants from foreign agencies. In that case, we have to share the data sharing agreement with the regulatory authority, that is Health Ministry Screening Committee. And there are already a lot of hurdles in that HMSC. Will this Data Protection Act will increase more hurdles and it will reduce the scientific rigor of the scientist? That's my question. Because it will delay the permissions from HMSC.
I think the legislation definitely is creating a check, some sort of a check for sharing of data across borders. Ideally, the legislation says that the countries with which we have to share the data, they also need to have the same regulatory mechanisms and safeguards in place, but we need more details and perhaps...
You specifically asked, actually if it is aggregate data, and through aggregate data, in that case there is very minimal restrictions. But when it comes to line listing, yes, you are not supposed to do that piece.
But there is any time, like this, within this much time you have to give permission for such acts?
Like I'm saying, if because actually most of the donors as on date are asking for the aggregate data, not for the line listing data. Because as part of the FCRA, they are also supposed to comply to that. So the sharing of the aggregate data is something which probably we can do.
I'll just address his question and then we'll come to you. I agree with the sir that that 25 years ago the data he shared is not being, so that what happens is when we talk about frontline healthcare workers, they are not collecting data for themselves. They are not doing it for themselves. They are doing it for government. So even the privacy law in Poshan Tracker are like that if they have entered height and weight of a child last month, they cannot access it this month. So what's the benefit to them? Because they are not exactly, the Poshan Tracker is not made for them. It's made for the system. So they are not getting any use out of it.
Okay, just one
last thing. So, sir, in terms of data sharing, Section 16 speaks of the data transfer from India to other, friendly nations. But now we have Section 40 that speaks of, it provides 26 instances where the government will create the law, delegated legislation. So there is a possibility where the government will, prepare the entire scheme and the regulations that how the data will be shared to the other countries. That is now being aggregated in India.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think with this, maybe we can close, and if there are any questions, we can take offline. Can we take it, please, after the session? Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the panelists for sharing their insightful views with us today. The discussion has been truly enriching despite the time constraint, and I would request everyone to please give a huge round of applause for all the panelists. I would request our Associate Director, Ms. Deepti Soni, to kindly felicitate all the panelists. Mr. Ritesh, Ms. Vaishnavi, Ms. Shehnaz, Mr. Asif Ali, Mr. Srinivas, and Ms. Deepika Saluja. I would request all the panelists to please stand for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin with the Innovation Sandbox presentation in the Khemka Auditorium, which is on the first floor at 11:15. So I would request you all to please quickly proceed to the Khemka Auditorium. Thank you so much.
Now, what do we mean by public sector innovation? We simply mean improve. We are not talking here of disruptive innovation over decades. We are talking of improvements in public administration and or services, such as new or significantly improved processes, methods, or services. So, allow me to kind of give a couple of examples. First, in other words, we are saying innovation in public services refers to incorporating novel components into public services, encompassing new knowledge, organizational structures, and management approaches out there. To give you some examples, implementation of modern technology, smarter procurement, for example, the government procurement which has happened in the recent this thing past, wherein you have almost everything has to be procured through the GEM portal, implementation of citizen-centric services such as, let's say, UID, UPI, digital platforms, and new healthcare systems or intelligent transport systems are all public policy based examples of innovations driven by public policy. So the question comes, what factors influence public administrators' willingness to embrace new ideas and implement changes in their organizations, operational processes, or public service delivery? In other words, we are talking of people of joint secretary and above level. And we are talking of a sample size of about 3,500 plus. And why are some public managers willing to take risks in implementing new ideas despite the risk of failure, and why some others are not? So what we do is, essentially, we are also trying to say that, look, when it comes to innovation, there can be environmental factors, there can be organizational factors, and there can be individual level influences. Environmental factors and organizational factors have been reasonably well researched. Individual level influences have not, you can say, not much data has been spent, especially in what I'd call as BRIC countries and the developing world out there. And prior research has mostly captured based on what we call as case studies, which were also focused on countries such as US, UK, wherein they definitely give insights, but they may not be giving you insights about how to kind of enable a developing country to leapfrog to the next level. So what we are essentially saying is the focus ought to be on a competency which is known as innovative thinking competency. What is this innovative thinking competency? Innovative thinking competency essentially means it can be divided. Okay, let me illustrate an example of it. Innovative level thinking competency essentially is described in 5 levels by the UNDP. So, for example, the lowest is open to new ideas and change, but as you see, it graduates towards creation of a culture of innovation, mobilizing the organizational resource to engineer a change. So we are talking of 5 levels of innovative thinking, and of course there are other variables which have been kind of taken into account when we kind of did this particular, you can say, data-based exploration. It was survey-based data of about 220 joint secretary and above level officers out of a sample of 3,500 plus, and most of the data was either through survey or through Niti Aayog's reports that are there. For example, there were variables such as gender, educational qualification, age. These aspects, I am sure once you know the officer who's responding, their data, their details can always be captured. Duration in key positions by the bureaucrat. The other is essentially, let's say, the state from which the particular officer comes from, the state where he possibly is contributing, or the place where he is contributing. So you have the Niti Aayog data, which gives state-wise data of India Innovation Index. Now this India Innovation Index is divided into 2 types. I'm sure many of you are aware of, but to be specific, this India Innovation Index gets split into two forms. One is Innovation Enabler and another is Innovation Performance. What is innovation enabler? Innovation enabler talks of your intellectual capital, human capital, and how creative the ideas can be, and does the kind of culture enable expression of such ideas. And innovation performance looks at the way diffusion of that particular idea happens. That is, one is giving idea, the other is essentially ensuring that that particular idea gets implemented, gets diffused throughout the, gets kind of paced up. So there are those two, you can say, scores which are also there. And so what are the key conclusions out there? First and foremost conclusion which our sample and the empirical work says is, innovative thinking has got nothing to do with gender of the person. That is, innovation. The data of this particular officers, wherein 22% sample happened to be females, the innovative thinking has got nothing to do with gender is the first and foremost indicator. Second, law graduates and art people from background of undergraduation background of arts and law, their innovative thinking seemed to be relatively less compared to people with background of commerce. Science was somewhere in the middle. So I'm sure some of us may not be very happy with the findings, but this is the empirical finding out there. And while one can always say what is it that makes commerce graduates or people with commerce background do better on innovative thinking competency, perhaps they kind of perform and work under, their thought process is largely driven by optimizing financial resources or working under constraints or working with whatever is available, which is known as lens of bricolage. That is wherein you try to do with whatever is available. So perhaps that could be a reason wherein we can explain why commerce grads essentially have done better. The other aspect is we also found age to be a significant indicator. Officers and bureaucrats whose age was relatively less seem to have had higher innovative thinking competency quotient than other officers that are there. So one suggestion which possibly policy making may think of is, why don't we catch them young? Next is essentially, I think the last one of course is implicit from the first bullet point out there, wherein we are suggesting, can we have certain, you can say, mentorship program or specific training program or certain at least awareness per se to ensure that non-STEM and non-commerce grads would possibly overcome this handicap of being lacking in the innovative thinking competency perspective. So those are the thoughts that are there, and I think something which possibly thought of sharing this particular talk. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ram. I think I'm neither a law graduate or a commerce and an arts. I don't know where that puts me in terms of innovation. So yeah, I'm still thinking about it. Okay, so and now it is time for the innovation presentations. Presenters, please note that each of you has approximately 8 to 10 minutes. So again, just to remind to all the presenters here that you have approximately 8 to 10 minutes for your presentations. At 7 minutes, we will put a reminder in front of you. And exceeding beyond the 10 minutes limit would attract negative marking. So please be very, very aware of your timelines, 8 to 10 minutes, 7 minutes will be a reminder, and beyond 10 minutes would attract negative marking. So all the very best to the teams. And now I would like to invite the first presenter of the session, Captain Puneet. He is co-founder and managing partner, Kartavya. And the title of the innovation presentation is Kartavya Innovating Veteran Transitions for Nation Building. Puneet, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Respected jury, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Captain Puneet. So after serving for about 20 years or so in the Navy, I got the opportunity of commanding 3 ships, was stationed in India and overseas for quite some time. I have embarked recently on a new venture. And this venture, I am very proud to share that this is the first audience that we are formally sharing this venture with. And we are going to do a launch of this venture in Delhi sometime later next week. Coming straight to the initiative, we call our initiative Kartavya. As the name suggests, it's about duty. And at Kartavya, what we are endeavoring to do is we are endeavoring to create a web platform ecosystem for the large number of veterans who retire from the armed forces, both Army, Navy, Air Force, and expand it eventually to the other uniformed services of the country. Interestingly, for many of you, you may like to note that the target community for Kartavya at this stage are the large number of soldiers who retire. And soldiers, unlike officers, retire at very young ages. We have soldiers retiring at early 30s, mid 30s. And with the introduction of the Agniveer scheme, which was introduced last year by the government, we are going to have a very large number of youth joining the workforce in the age bracket of 21 to 25 after about 2 years. So at Kartavya, our endeavor is to bridge the gap between their coming out of the service after their uniformed service to the nation and their getting absorbed as per their skills into the corporate world. So we are looking at bridging this gap through this web platform ecosystem. We are believing in creating a community where veterans thrive and commitment to transform lives. And we are keeping innovation at the heart of this initiative, salience of which I will be covering subsequently. A very quick brief that unlike the popular perception that soldiers come out largely with the skills of security, I would like to showcase that soldiers come out from the Army, Navy, Air Force with very, very versatile skill sets. And a very important ones are as shown on the slide now. We have professionals, and I'm talking of very highly skilled professionals in IT, cybersecurity, development ops. They handle very advanced electronics and communication equipment. They are very trained in inventory, store management, accounts, office, heavy engine maintenance, aircraft maintenance. The country operates almost all kinds of aircraft. So we have Boeing technicians coming out at very young ages, ready to be absorbed by a growing aviation industry. Hospitality, sports and physical education, with India bidding for hosting Olympics in 2036. This is the pool which can contribute to that. Merchant Navy, drivers, etc. So this is a very, very versatile skill set available to the companies, and we are trying to bridge this gap through our platform. Few statistics, about 75,000 personnel retire each year, age groups about early 30s, mid 30s, and 70,000 would be joining in another year or so. So we are looking at a force exit rate of about 1.5 to 2 lakhs, and with a force which is already looking for jobs, anytime there would be a candidate base of about 3 to 5 lakhs actively looking for jobs, and which is only going to grow with time. In this platform, we aim to offer them very seamless job opportunities through the portal, wherein the very simple process, they would be just creating their profile, updating their skills. We are tailor-making the profile in such a way that they can also choose the preferred locations and the skill sets which they have, how they best match to the corporate world. Because one of the major challenges which the community faces is converting military skills into corporate readily absorbable skills. with very minor skill upgrades. So we are endeavoring to close the gap and make it as seamless as possible. We are also providing them skill enhancement, job-oriented skill enhancement features where there is a very targeted skill upgradation happening so that they are not lost in this large world of skill upgradation. And direct connection with veteran-friendly employers who are here to find the right talent for their companies. As regards benefit to employers, many and more, but most significant is the employers get direct access to a very, very versatile, skilled talent pool at one place. And this is a talent pool for which many of the qualities of soft skills are given. For example, leadership at their levels, sincerity, dedication, loyalty to the organization, integrity, etc. So with all that given, once the professional skills are matched, we are endeavoring to close the gap and provide this access to a very, very skilled talent pool directly to the employers. We are also developing a profile matching algorithm where whatever profile the candidate has selected, converting that military skills into corporate skills and directly matching it both for the candidate as well as for the employers, where the candidate will be able to see the top jobs matching as per his profile and the employer will be able to see the top candidates as per the job listings. Very happy to share that Kartavya has been recognized as a formal startup by Government of India. So we are the first recognized startup which is now working in this veteran transition field. There are a couple of other initiatives who have also endeavored here, but there is a slight difference. Most of them are focusing on the officer community and bridging their gaps to seek corporate jobs, but our target group is completely different. And second, that we have not followed the route of Section 8. We are not going through the not-for-profit route because we believe that it is not about charity, it is about a chance. And we aim to scale. And we want to pitch the right talent so that in this India's growth journey of economic transformation by 2047, this community plays a very vibrant and thriving role. And we believe that scaling is very important, and for that we are following the proper institutional route. We are also developing a very cutting-edge technology platform so that removing all barriers for entry. The candidate from his mobile device will be able to access all the jobs listed by veteran-friendly employers. All support will be provided to him or her, and all barriers to entry as far as possible will be removed so that there is very seamless transition from his military service or his or her military service to the corporate world. For this, we have developed a framework which we call the DRIVE framework, and we will be following this framework on our platform. Essentially, once the skills are defined, we have the defining of potential stage. We are also providing them customized CV building services, AI powered, so that their military skills are quickly converted into corporate jargon without any stress on behalf of the candidate. We are adding a value proposition where they could interact with coaches and mentors in a safe zone. And I would encourage that through this audience, or if there are any connects or leads, I was very thankful to Chandra yesterday over discussions. I learned that he's also mentoring such candidates, veterans back in the US. And we are looking at this mentoring opportunity wherein people from different walks of life can volunteer their time and mentor them, because transition, if I may share, is a very stressful process. Coming out of active duty and going into the civil world can be very stressful for people, and especially for those who are directly coming after long years in field tenures. So we are trying to make it as smooth and enjoyable as possible. So I would urge that if there are any leads, or if any one of you would like to volunteer time, please do connect with me. I would be more than happy to have you on board. Also, moving on, we are providing them skill upgrades so that there is a skill bridging mechanism available, and they are not lost in the world of large skill transition and aimless skill upgrades. So we are providing them job-oriented skill grades, and in this I would once again highlight that coaches and mentors would play a very important role so that they can guide these people of the right kind of skills they need to acquire for the jobs they are aspiring for in the market. And finally, we would provide them enhanced job matching through our profile matching algorithm, making the process as smooth and convenient as possible. As regards skill training benefits, we are reaching out to a large number of skill providers. They could gain a lot of benefits, primarily either through the CSR route, increasing the employability of this very vast talent pool, also achieving the diversity and inclusion targets at workplace, and finally converting all this into measurable social impact. Because I truly believe that this talent pool, if not correctly tapped at the right time, kind of dissipates because they are not able to find the correct place in the market and contribute to the growth of the nation. So with that, I have kind of reached the end point, and I once again thank ISB and BI Bharati for this opportunity, and would really look forward to any one of you who would like to connect and associate with Kartavya. It's the start of a new journey and would be very, very meaningful to have your support. Thank you.
Yeah.
So very nice, Puneet, and it's very innovative also. Couple of points. One is that how different it is from Naukri.com,
Yes,
because we already have those platforms. So what is that is your pitch which makes it better than the other available platform? That's number one. And number two is, what is your income stream? How will you earn money out of this plus?
Yes. So answering the first question, a very, very important and very common question also, I must say, that are difference from the existing job platforms. So as I just said, that transition for a military man or a woman now is a very stressful process. And what happens is, because when they come out with a little bit of corpus of cash. And there is a general belief in this community at that time to stay away from all kinds of internet, social media, etc., because of the fraud part of it. And second, when we come to the sites like Naukri or any of these large job sites, they're kind of open oceans for them. So when they come, they are one of many, and they come and they follow a very common process which is well established in the market, but is not really tailor-made for them. And second most important point is, the employers there don't have direct access to this specific talent pool at one place. So what we are trying to achieve is, we are trying to create a safety net. And that is why I said that Kartavya is not just a platform, it's a community. So we are not just going to offer them job openings, we are providing them skill opportunities. We are creating a parallel YouTube channel where we are going to reach out to them with podcasts, with, of all aspects of lives which touch them and their families. Because this is a community which is built on trust, and they trust each other. And I have devoted my complete second innings for this, so that I can take this message to them and to the employers, where we can bridge the gap as much as possible and provide them state-of-the-art technology, so that there is no gap as regards whether they go to Naukri or whether they come to us. They are going to have the same experience. It is just that they are going to have some more customized features which convert their military skills into corporate jargon in a better way.
Your income stream? How
Yes. So our income streams, we have a few income streams planned. At this stage, we are going for subscription free for the candidates, because we need to first seed the platform. And once it is scaled up, then we are going to create some kind of packages, so that this there will be some limits on how many jobs one can apply on a free package, and how much they can apply for serious candidates, how many jobs they can apply for a paid package. That is one. And second is, the most important income stream is through placements. So then that becomes a percentage-based placement mechanism. And the third is through the value propositions. So if there is skill upgradation happening, there will be a mutual growth for both parties.
My small suggestion is that you before they retire, because once they retire, they probably are in a search, faster search for thing, and skill upgradation time may not happen. So I would say that you also catch them a year or two before. So that they are with you, and then you handhold them slowly. So as they retire, they can.
In fact, sir, I did a 6-month market survey in this community before actually diving into this, and one of the suggestions which came was exactly this: that we need to catch. So we are calling our D batch, that is a military term of D-Day. So we're calling the D batch of 2023 who have exited in 2023 as our live audience. And we are looking at the exits of 24, 25, 26 as our D+1, D+2, D+3 audience.
Thank you so much.
We are trying to reach out to them. Thank you, sir. If there are any more questions, I'll be more than. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Puneet. Next, I would like to invite Amrita Chakraborty, Project Lead, India Data Portal, Bharati Institute of Public Policy at the Indian School of Business. And the title of her innovation presentation is Innovate, Navigate, Integrate, a Data Revolution with India Data Portal. Amrita.
Thank you. Hello everyone. Very good morning, I guess. I have been wondering whether to address you morning or afternoon, sitting at my chair. I want to welcome you to the technological marvel that we call it India Data Portal, where you unlock India's insights and data speaks and visuals tell the story. Why do we call it a technological marvel? The reason being, India Data Portal was launched in 2018, in 2020, and since then we have come a long way to technological innovation, to build upon the data sets that we had, the spatial granularity that we have added, and the features, marvelous features that we have come with in last 2 years. And we have completely revamped the portal for the access of our stakeholders, be the researchers, journalists, policymakers, ministers, and government agencies. So, the last one, the last but not the least, we also participated in evaluating the NESDA framework, which is in the state of Himachal Pradesh, which is where we evaluate better service, e-governance service delivery for its citizens. That framework from this year has mandated open data access and a platform for their residents in specific states, in all the states in India. To move with that, I would briefly tell you about our journey since 2018, when we received the grant from Bill and Melinda Gates. And we launched IDP in 2020, and we moved across the country in the states and in the journalists in specific cities and in the specific cities where we get to see and interact our stakeholders who were actually the key stakeholders for making taking evidence-based policy making forward for the country. The reason being, they were writing anecdotal stories. Mostly the newspaper stories that we see were mostly based on anecdotes. And we are moving from anecdotal stories to data-based storytelling or data-based or evidence-based policymaking for the country. Later in 2022, when we actually came up when we completed this mission, I think Deepti has worked really, very hard to get all these journalists together for workshops and all the sensitization from, from Maharashtra to Arunachal Pradesh, from Delhi to Calcutta. We have moved, and then Hyderabad, and we have moved across the country in each of the states. In 2023, we recently launched the revamped version of the portal, and the HIM data portal and Meghalaya data portal with collaboration of the government of Himachal and Meghalaya. So, where the objective of these interventions were basically, mostly to deliver and better the citizen-centric services and to bring open access data to the citizens for better service delivery. And sorry, I'll just service delivery for the welfare in investments, resources, development projects, generating insights and intelligence in all real-time delivery. For an example, I just want to quote say a district collector, if he has to take a decision on where the Manrega job will be demanded, he can actually take a real-time decision based on the forecasted data released by IMD that we have rainfall data from temperature. And if there is an erratic pattern in rainfall, he or she can directly, estimate if there will be more job demanded in those specific region in Manrega. Because rainfall will apparently directly affect the agricultural produce for that season. Okay, the portal has been developed and maintained by in-house data team, and it is based on the CCAN architecture. The best feature of this portal is the interoperability of the datasets. The datasets talk to each other. Say for an example, the example right now I have quoted, the other examples you can see between the area or production or even investments in Manrega, if that has affected the production in agricultural lands. These kind of, inferences you can draw with a click of button. I was talking about another, I think, a very strong relation that we could see from a climate data sets where the climate vulnerability indexes were high in the states. Similarly, simultaneously, are those states high on poverty rate? Those are the kind of questions and the relations that you will be able to find out using India Data Portal. It has 25 domains, more than 120 datasets spread over 3,400 indicators. And this is just the beginning. We have in our repository more than 500 datasets that are being processed by our team of data scientists and the data engineers. So why India Data Portal? Why it is a question of importance in today's time? We are living in a very interesting time. Reason being, we are moving from sustainable development to human development. And in every aspect of economic, social, and environmental SDG goals, we are trying to implicate through data and bringing data democracy to the public and the citizen of the nation. No nation can actually better without citizen-centric delivery. So moving forward, we have mapped the datasets that we have. I'll fasten now. With the SDG goals, 118, 47 with no poverty, 44 zero hunger, 72 dataset decent work and economic growth, 30 datasets with industry, innovation and infrastructure, and so on. One example I just want to quote, minimum support price with human development. We have been talking about India has become nutrition secure, India has become a food secure country, but is India a nutrition secure yet? To do so, government has been trying to push all this, the nutritional, nutricereals for nutricereal cropping through many schemes and agricultural produces. So now what we see from minimum support price, the blue line actually indicate, the blue line indicates the paddy production, the paddy price, floor price. And if you see bajra, jowar and ragi, prices have been pushed much ahead of paddy since 2018-19. It started going up from 2012, but then 2020-19 it has actually taken a lot of push. Similarly, we could see the PLFS, from the PLFS data, the female and male proportion which are participative in the secondary labor force participation through secondary education, and if they are self-employed. So if you see on your left-hand side, the rural female population is actually more self-employed than the urban female population, while we don't see much of a difference in the rural male population. That actually implicates all the SAG level, whether the schemes are actually NRLM SAG schemes are actually taking into place. This is the granularity level for all the data sets, starting from villages till Gram Panchayat, states, Tehsil, districts. And these are the briefs on general election, assembly elections, polling stations, and all this stuff, member of parties. I won't go in detail from here. And then agricultural marketing networks. These are a brief where you will be getting to see most of the data sets. The bigger the size, more data sets are on those sectors. I will skip these again. And these are the kind of visualization you can come up with IDP. Again, this is a PHC availability and the number of villages that were surveyed. You get to see the concentration is not optimum because it's mostly between 0 to 1800 villages actually have access to primary health centers. I'll stop here and I'll stop. So he's the man behind India Data Portal. Without mentioning him, my presentation would have remained incomplete. And I would also like to thank Astha to bring up such a beautiful presentation. Yeah, questions?
So, a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
I had just one question. How do you create acceptance or credibility among the intellectual community which matters? Because finally reports can be done by school students to anyone.
Right.
But what are the steps you are taking in that direction?
So it is a rigorous process that we have actually collected, scraped the data sets. All our data sets are actually taken from open data ecosystem based on from Government of India. If you say census.
See, my question is, how are you going to create this awareness/acceptance among the target which I'm mentioning?
Right.
What are the ways?
Right. So in our first way, when we moved ahead with the mandate of the grant, we have sensitized the journalists. Towards the now, in our sustainability mode, we are actually going to the educational institutes. We are meeting the deans and the directors of the educational institutes and for the student-led initiatives and so that they can champion our cause of India Data Portal through the students. Because until and unless the India Data Portal as a project or data-based ecosystem is integrated to the curriculum or pedagogy in the universities, be that social sciences, economics, or data sciences. And as you said, if the intellectual population hasn't yet accessed, we will be what is going to be our future steps. So with that note, we have actually started our journey already a few months ago because it was launched in only October 2023, sorry. Yeah.
Amrita, if I could ask you 3 major challenges that you face in putting this up, what would that be?
Yes, a very good question. So we estimated that we will come up, the departure from the previous technology of India Data Portal, that was brilliant, I would say, and we lived, slept, and as Professor Chhatre said, if the dreams are not keeping you awake, it is not worthy to see a dream. So we actually dreamt a dream of India Data Portal and we keep on dreaming bigger and better, and that is how we came to the technological revolution. The reason being, this new version of the portal is so powerful as a visualization and data engine that will give the user a kind of flexibility and independence. That is the technological know-how that I want to tell about. also about they can upload their own data sets, which was not available previously. They can actually, drag and drop feature with a visualization first approach. So instead of being hand-holding, go here, go there, without drag and drop, the previous version was like that. But now, a user can actually flexibly make any kind of visualization based on the question they are trying to find the answer. So that way, and the team has faced a lot of challenges, I would say. The first one is with the interoperability characteristics of the data sets. The reason being, we have been trying to map with the local government directories so that the data talks to each other. The reason, so all the spatial granularity, say starting from villages, blocks, tehsils, panchayats, and as we move on from higher to lower granularity level, the challenges being over a period, if you see over a period of time, the names of the villages have changed, they have merged, the spatial boundaries have changed. So mapping them together has been a lot of issue, and I would say I have made my hands dirty in that in the initial process too, so I can understand the pain of the engineers are going through now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrita. I would now like to invite Shifa Shaheen, doctoral scholar, Vinod Gupta School of Management at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Her innovation presentation title is GGFSWT's Case of Redefined Livestock Value Chain, Promoting Self-Sustained FPO Among Tribal Women.
Shall I start? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shifa, and I am here to deliver Innovation Sandbox presentation on the topic Case of Redefined Livestock Value Chain Promoting Self-Sustained FPO Amongst Tribal Women. It's a field case based on a grassroots NGO. It's deal with the livestock value chain, unique in a way. We have heard of lot of agri value chain across various commodity, but not in livestock sector. So it's unique, and it could be a new potential learning idea for public policy makers to think of or to intervene, as the case encapsulate the journey of resilience, empowerment, and sustainability. To set the case context, the narrative of women-led social enterprises centered around GGFSWT, which stands for Gumla Goat Farmer Social Welfare Trust. It is an FPO 100% women-owned, women-managed, achieving sustainability in terms of financial profit, social welfare, and sustainability in terms of UN SDGs. The innovation lies in So the innovation lies in revamping the existing value chain by redefining the position and value proposition of existing actor and factor in the conventional value chain. So what were the challenges that FPO catered to address? These were the lack of ownership, sustainability, and accountability, because these FPOs are promoted by some external agency, and once their seed capital is exhausted, they are mostly dormant, loss-making, or heavily indebted. Apart from this, the lack of business skill or management skill was another challenge, in addition to large number of middlemen and lack of access to market. So a brief description of the FPO. GGFSWT is legally registered as FPO under the Trust Act in 2017, founded by the goat rearers of Gumla. It has its outreach to 4,000 plus shareholders across 364 villages in Gumla. So why FPO thought to intervene in the livestock industry? So it has a very interesting story. To start with, the FPO recognized that goat rearing is vital part of tribal livelihood. So it's rare for their emergency need, also known as ATM for them. And mostly women are involved in this activity. So the thought they will give it more agency over the business. Also, goat rearing is a climate resilient activity because the animal is resilient and it gives them additional income. In addition to the high market demand in the market of Hyderabad and Allahabad, give them a push to pursue this business. So I talk about the value proposition. So they gauge their need of the community to create their innovative value proposition on the basis of 5 pillars of goat rearing, which is health, house, feed, breed, and marketing. So the reader will find a complex ecosystem of conventional value chain, where we can see that at the earlier version of value chain there is no backward linkages, like no input support, and in the right hand side we can see that no access to institutional or competitive markets. So the flow of arbitrary or unfair prices going down, and large number of middlemen that shows whose number increases as small as the farmer is. At that point of time, the farmers' behavior attitude towards goat rearing was not business oriented, so that led to poor rearing practices. So we can say that there was a problem at the production level, value chain level, market level, and sustainability as a whole. Now, in the revamped version of the value chain, GGFSWT appear position itself in between the market and the community. So here we can see that there is a backward linkage in terms of input supplies to provide feed, vaccine, breed, cess, shed, and general medication. And at the right hand side we can see now APIO was able to approach higher and competitive markets, so the flow of competitive and fair price was from the APIO to directly farmers or the producer group. And also the services and with the help of field staff and training staff, they try to change the behavior and attitude of farmers toward to pursue a business activity, so that also improve the production part of the value chain. So what actually caused the sustainability? So here's are the drivers. The first of one is community collective action. The FPOG recognize the economic of scale to collectivize or sell on a collectivization basis. The value proposition here was to sell or buy by weight, not like the other middlemen that was the earlier practice. And the intensive or non-intensive services package customized according to need of the farmers. The key strategy to sustainability was the collaboration and convergence with the existing departments and scheme like Manrega, National Livelihood Mission, and Agriculture, Animal Husbandry Department, Veterinary Department, to mobilize the resources to arrange for their working capital. Now the capacity building was in terms of training and demonstration. It wasn't direct the value proposition, but it helped the farmers to rear to pursue good practices about rearing that enhance the product value. And for the strengthening the forward linkage, so the collectivized marketing, season-wise demand generation, and joint exploration of the big market, not limited to state boundary, but to explore other market and e-trading option was the practices that strengthened the forward linkage for this FPO. So how innovative this innovation were to gauge, I'm doing it basis on the UN SDG. So it addressing no poverty because it is giving additional income of 30,000 in a season what they were earning, in addition to what they were earning from the agriculture. It gives the woman empowerment because women are involved in the activities, and it it gave them a sense of agency, when to sell, where to sell, when not to sell their produce, if they are wanted to reinvest, what the hard size they want to keep. So it gave them a sense of agency, and the collective bargaining power, the joint exploration of the market are some indicators that we can say that, yeah. So FPO also tried to reduce the social and economic disparity between the community that existed in those villages. Apart from this, as I mentioned, goat tree is a climate resilient practice. That animal, it is resilient. It gives them additional income in hand when there is any climate aberration. In addition to that, goat tree also serve as a climate resilient adoption. And this case also exemplify how the collaboration and convergence can be practiced at the very grassroots level. So this is a very good example. So this is, I'm not going in detail because that was developed for learning purpose. So critical policy dilemmas for discussion, because these organizations are at the grassroots, and there are lack of any safety net, because if any failure is happening, that will spill over the from FPO to community. So what could be the government think of any social protection, small insurance, viability dilemma, because they have limited capacity to innovate further and further. So what could be the continuous idea of exploration? Convergence, though the convergence have a lot of capacity to reduce the cost, but in ground the convergence is not very easy, and that has happened with the Manrega scheme. So the policymakers think of how then scheme can be convergent. So I will leave the discussion with an ending hook to discuss the very known problems, social welfare versus profit maximization for any social enterprise. The second one is innovation versus technical expertise, because to be in competitive market, to the entity need to continuously evolve, and how far this in FPO can go with limited expertise. Now individualism versus collectivism, the FPO is meant to serve the community. What would be scenario of such FPO if community is getting empowered and they are operationalized on their own? They are taking decision to sell, not going through the way of FPO, but to market on their own. So what would be the future of such entity? So thank you for these amazing women who helped me to document this case, and for all of you to be a patient listener. Thank you. That's what.
Thank you, Shifa. I think for your presentation, if you don't mind, I have two questions actually. Do you have any impact numbers already? So that's question number one. And my question number two is, I see that there is too much dependency on the government. So do you have a plan B or a backup plan in case those things don't work out? Thank you.
Actually, okay. So the first one, the sustainability I'm addressing, it's not dependence on government. I'm saying it's operational on its own, because it has achieved the sustainability, and they are not backed by any grants or external funding now. So they are generating the turnover of 30 lakh per annum, and from there they are maintaining their working capital and other activities. So yeah, that is done by their marketing activity.
And you have
first question.
Impact numbers.
Yeah, impact number, I did a financial that I have not included, but yeah, we have the number of how the shareholder have increased, how their income has increased, how over the time the stock value has decreased. So that I have done a financial analysis also, but that was not a part of this. I have not put it here.
That's okay. That's
yeah,
okay.
He wants to. Sir, 5. I thought I said 4,000 plus.
Hello, thank you. That was really interesting. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? So, I mean, the whole title of everything is public policy dialogue, but you're constantly observing the lack of market access was a problem.
Yeah.
This is where we have to understand, do people want policy? Because the farm laws were implemented, and the so-called farmers, they're not farmers, they're rich landowners, objected constantly, breaking laws, breaking COVID protocol to block things that would have helped a poor person benefit from market access. So if people don't raise this, then it means that people don't want policy, because vested interests don't want policy, because market access would undermine the power of the middleman and help the poor person who wants to sell the goat to the market. So this is where Narendra Modi's policy would have helped the person selling the goats. But the farmers protested against that, like with the truckers' strike. So then what's the point of talking about lack of market access if no one wants market access? People don't want to help communities selling goats or anything.
I'm
Thank
so
you.
confused over a question. I don't know how to address this, but it wasn't about the
Policy is the opposite of corruption, right? That's it.
I'll not go into debates, but I think should I answer? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shifa. I would now like to call upon our next presenter, Pranav PSS. His innovation present title is Pilala Kosam Movement for Children.
So I had the same dilemma to say good afternoon or good morning, but I wrote good afternoon. So good afternoon to all the delegates, jury and my colleagues at Pillala Kosam Movement. This is our logo. It symbolizes our motto, that is, it takes a village to raise a child. So the literal translation for Pillala Kosam in Telugu is for children. So we are supported by the Telangana government for the very first time with interdepartmental collaboration from Department of Higher Education and Department of School Education. We have NSS Telangana and Ramakrishna Mutt and other civil society organizations. So we focus on improving foundational literacy and numeracy skill for government school children. Let's look at the reality. According to ACER, only 42% of class 5 students can read a class 2 text, and only 26% of them can do simple division. And according to ILO, 247 million children are at the verge of, students are at the verge, risk of slipping into child labor. And 78% of our youth lack employable skills. And only 40.1% of our youth, according to PLFS, are employed. In India, 56% of the crimes are done by youth, according to NCRB. Along with that, we also know that there is incremental reduction in GER, there is skewed teacher-pupil ratio, there is tough assessments only focused on rote learning, there is absenteeism, and we also know that parents are not involved in the education process. Obviously, there is no focus on learning outcomes. ACER survey depicts a more dismal picture each year. As Amarjit sir mentioned, the disconnect between the macro and the micro, the same disconnect between the NEP and the outcomes. It is even seen when Telangana tops in per capita GDP, in livability index, IT, but it's in the bottom 3 states on student learning outcomes according to NAS 2021. Again, there is huge disparity between the Telangana residential schools and the Telangana Mohalla day scholar ones. Our vision is every child speaking and reading confidently in both English and their mother tongue. Every village having active youth participating in this process. as someone quoted Azim Premji University's A. Giridhar talking about a role model school teacher. So we have every parent looking towards a local model, role model within the community for their child. And we want Telangana to be among the top 3 performing states on foundational skills. For this, we follow what is called ABCD, that is asset-based community development, where youth are honed to be the assets. So we identify local catalysts to support children. Yes, that's the solution. It is collaboration and Super 15. So each week our volunteers go to schools supporting the 15 most vulnerable children in grades 3rd, 4th and 5th. We train them with a positive, forward-looking, child-centric curriculum. As Vrinda ma'am mentioned, we need a decentralized approach. That is what we have in inducting and training the youth. We also realize how intrinsic is self-respect to this process. I plead to you, the ward who ends up at a government school is talking about the economy, where the parent is not not able to afford an equally substandard private school. So what the pupil needs is self-respect, hand-holding, and a role model to look forward to. When there is a young elder brother or sister with all altruism and benevolence is working for them, it helps them to become good learners for life. It is this journey towards heutagogy, that is student-centered instructional strategy, focusing on autonomy, capacity, and capability. It makes them lifelong learners. Because of this approach, we focus on improving grade level foundational skills, enhance student attendance because of the newfound confidence and interest. Along with that, cultivating parents' participation and understanding of their child's needs. As again, I quote Sanjay Kaul sir, that a lot of learning takes place at home. We had parents who jumped out of joy when their child displayed a huge difference in their learning abilities. By doing this, we are avoiding the same ignored child dropping out in 6th or 7th, or losing interest in studies and then becoming part of the unemployed lot. I can proudly say our mission has grown from 1 district to 33 districts to all 33 districts, 3 schools to 3,000 schools, 100 students to 1 lakh students. This became possible by our decentralized training and induction. Our impact, 90% of students display improved confidence while speaking on a public platform. More than 70% have shown great interest in learning. 80% of school headmasters have said that our program is a great support to the teachers. We are also making youth responsible citizens. Few volunteers have now become our interns. Our volunteers are our leaders who have done this. So thank you for this opportunity. Let's create that village together. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, a very interesting initiative. I have a couple of questions. One is, how do you manage your finances? What is is it a non-for-profit or is it for-profit? That's number one. Second is in terms of, because it's a volunteer-based program, I'm sure you face challenge. I have actually done similar work in one of the slum locations in Hyderabad. I couldn't continue after a point because the volunteers dropped and those things have happened. So this is one challenge and one phase, and I'll talk to you otherwise afterwards. But just tell me, how did you manage that?
So it's a not-for-profit. It's basically a movement. That is why we put it as a movement. And we have NSS, which is basically a government college student having a compulsory number of hours. So he has to do this. And he's interested to do this. So there is no finances involved. And second, so you asked about
Yeah, so how to sustain? So you have NSS, so you must give training to the NSS volunteers also before they plan into, because these are different types of teaching methods that you're using, right?
Yes, sir. So we have Ramakrishna Mutt, and they are mostly the finances which they get, and that is how it is, sir. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, since it's a wonderful initiative and you've expanded so much, are you getting and are you incorporating also that feedback from the little children, their parents, and they must be wanting, things which are different from what you had originally planned? Is there some kind of a learning loop which you have built? Because your growth would suggest that you are meeting their aspirations. So, as a learning point for others also, what kind of a learning loop do you have in your setup to achieve this kind of a growth?
So, sir, we give a curriculum as a base, and the volunteers build on the feedback, and then it's a continuous learning process. Yes, sir. Any other questions, please?
Is the intervention taking care of out of school or dropout children?
No. We are stopping the dropouts. So most of the dropouts happen after 8th, 9th and 10th. And many of them don't continue into, the 11th and 12th. So at 3rd, 4th and 5th, we are laying that base where the learning outcomes are very poor. And once they are set for life, they'll not drop out, is what we believe.
Somewhere you had also mentioned involvement of family members in the learning process. What specifically is the intervention there?
So like I said, the most financially deprived people put their children into government schools. So once we tell how much their child is working hard and where he is now, we show them 2 surveys. The beginning one when we induct them, and after we have trained them. So the difference, when we show it to the parents, they start believing that something is happening. And that is how we involve them. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes? Yes. Each Saturday, half of the day we give it to the foundational literacy and numeracy, and other half it's the extracurriculars, because they'll not be interested to take all Gyan at once, right? Yeah, that is how it is. Yeah, each Saturday from the same school timings, along with the support of the headmaster and the school teachers, because we are not replacing them, we are supplementing. Yeah. Yes, sir. The Department of School Education and Higher Education are helping us do it. So they have framed it for us. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pranav. I would now like to invite Anjali Nambiar, Research Associate, Social Protection Initiative, and the topic of her innovation presentation is Designing Health Systems Based on Managed Competition.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Anjali Nambiar. I'm a research associate at Dwara Research. I'm part of the Social Protection Initiative team at Dwara Research. Dwara Research is a not-for-profit think tank which conducts research on financial inclusion and social protection. We have been studying health risk financing for a while as well. This presentation follows from that, so I'll be discussing this concept of managed competition and how that can lead to universal health coverage. Right, so universal health coverage has been defined by the World Health Organization as the state where every individual has access to healthcare services, quality healthcare services, and does not face financial hardship in accessing those services. So, distilling this definition down, it really boils down to 2 core objectives. One being access to quality healthcare for everyone, and second being financial protection from health risks. Now, what is the state of health coverage in India today? There have been multiple interventions over the years. We have multiple subsystems in our healthcare system. However, insurance cover continues to be low. While there has been improvement, we now know that according to the National Family Health Survey, 5th round, that only 41% households have a member covered by health insurance. Furthermore, healthcare expenditure continues to be dominated by out-of-pocket expenditure of citizens at the point of care, right? And when we look at those individuals who are ineligible for government schemes that provide health insurance or formal insurance, the alternative is voluntary health insurance. And health insurance in India usually takes the form of an indemnity model of health insurance, where healthcare expenses are covered to a certain extent. So when we look back at the dual objective, it provides the second one to some extent, which is financial protection. But in terms of accessing quality healthcare, the policyholders are left to find that out for themselves, seek appropriate care independently. The concepts that we have studied, managed care and managed competition, envisages a managed care organization in which the insurance and the healthcare functions are integrated. And this involves an integration between the insurer and the healthcare provider network. So for the consumer or the policyholder, this is a one-stop sort of organization which offers both financial protection as well as healthcare. So in a managed care organization, the insurer is responsible for the kind of care offered to policyholders. How does that happen? Now the insurer sort of sets incentives for healthcare providers in terms of their linking payments to quality. Secondly, monitors and coordinates healthcare from primary till tertiary care levels. So it does not only cover inpatient care, but also covers primary, secondary care levels, and emphasizes preventive care. So a managed care organization is more aligned to the dual objective of financial protection as well as access to quality care. Now, in a system of multiple managed care organizations, there would need to be some regulation. Why is that? Because while for a particular consumer, it offers both these objectives, when there's a population of consumers, there are certain strategies that managed care organizations or any insurers can engage in to save costs. For example, there's a strategy called risk selection in which the insurers or the managed care organizations may select against bad risks, elderly patients or patients who have pre-existing diseases, in which case this is moving away from the universal coverage objective, right, that helps in saving costs. The other strategy that can be adopted is dropping a policyholder when they develop a disease. Right? So to prevent that, you need system-level regulation, which is where managed competition comes in. So the regulator in a managed competition system allows the managed care organizations to compete with one another, but induces competition in such a manner that they prioritize value for money. They prioritize quality of care for consumers. One, it focuses on equity. So the regulator puts in place certain regulations in which every individual has to be covered, regardless of age, sex, disease conditions. That is the health equity aspect. There's also an income equity aspect, which is the premium is either community rated, which is the same for an entire community, or the premium is linked to the income level. So it also ensures income equity. And in this sense, it allows for universal coverage with financial protection. The second objective of ensuring value for money is very closely linked to improving quality of care. And we look at how the regulator does these functions in a managed competition system. So there are certain functions that the regulator performs. For equity, there are certain rules of equity that are put in place, right? Every individual has to be covered regardless of these risks. Secondly, the regulator also manages the enrollment process to ensure adherence to this rule of equity. And finally, it offers a compensation mechanism called risk adjustment. So risk adjustment tries to match the extra cost to an insurer as closely as possible, such that higher health risks are also covered. So the risk adjustment tries to cover for higher health risks, the age profile of the policyholders, and other attributes which might make insurers less likely to cover them. So that's the risk adjustment mechanism. To ensure value for money, the regulator puts in place a standard basic benefits package. So the insurers do not sort of try to attract consumers by changing product features. Rather, they improve on quality of healthcare services so that they can attract and retain consumers. Secondly, it offers individual choice to consumers to switch their insurance policy every year if they want to, and equips them with the necessary information. So the regulator is also tasked with monitoring and coordinating healthcare, coordinating the performance of insurers and managed care organizations, and then offering this information in an easy to understand manner to consumers so that they can use these metrics to make their choices. Now, we have studied managed competition in a few countries, and what we see is that a lot of countries have adopted this in their social health insurance systems. This is usually the Ministry of Health, which is the regulator. There is universal basic care. These are based on contributions from the population. They offer risk adjustment at varying levels of sophistication. And the managed care organizations which are offering care have different varying levels of integration. What we see in terms of looking at a sandbox, a solution for India, is to pilot some of these solutions in our subsystems, considering the scale that we are operating with. One being the employee state insurance scheme, and it can also be adopted in a lot of state schemes which are offering universal health coverage, or aspiring to offer universal health coverage. I'll quickly move on to my last slide. So to illustrate, I'll be taking the example of the employee state insurance scheme. This is the social health insurance scheme which is offered to formal sector workers and is financed through mandatory contributions from employers and employees. The scheme is monitored and managed by the Employee State Insurance Corporation, the ESIC. And what we see is that the ESIC already performs functions akin to a managed care organization. It collects contributions from policyholders and then offers a continuum of care from primary till tertiary care through its hospital network, through outpatient care network. But we also know that the employee state insurance scheme has its deficiencies in terms of access and quality. When you look at the low healthcare facilities, when you look at low utilization of care, these are indicators of poor beneficiary experiences with the scheme. So what we envision is for one to also adopt incentive-based payments. Since currently they are relying on historical line item budgets, can we experiment with incentive-based payments which are incentivizing quality of care? At the end stage, we also envision that the Employee State Insurance Corporation could instead become the regulator, move entirely away from provision, and manage a system of multiple managed care organizations. Now, this is the end stage that we envision. There would have to be multiple incremental steps towards this process. And this would first involve allowing other insurers to offer care to consumers. But the regulator, the ESIC, would be tasked with ensuring that these objectives of equity and value for money are sort of covered. Sorry, is this my, okay, sorry. So I'll just close. So the ESIC already performs some of this function. It acts as a single point of entry for healthcare providers, right? It can monitor enrollments, it can make sure that everyone is enrolled. And for value for money, it will also have to involve a risk adjustment mechanism and provide information to consumers to make this choice, because these systems' success really depends on consumer choice. So we want that the managed care organizations are offering care to beneficiaries such that they choose them and choose to stay with them. So the information provision aspect is really key in this system. I'll close with that. Thank you.
I just was wondering, how do you take care of the moral hazard aspect of this particular problem which you're trying to resolve?
Yeah. So moral hazard being twofold, one being from the consumer's end.
Yes.
So that's why in this monitoring and coordination of care, there would have to be a gatekeeper. the primary physician would have to sort of be the first point of contact. So first you provide primary care, and then only through a referral system do you access other levels of care. So that is one way in which consumer level moral hazard is corrected for. The second being that the doctors could induce moral hazard. And that's why this sort of an integrated system where the insurers and the doctors are one entity or have contracts with one another sort of aligns incentives to a certain extent. And that way the insurer has some say on what kind of care is being provided. And if the care is being provided in an appropriate manner, that being the overall objective of a managed care organization.
Two questions. One is, this is still at an idea level, right? Or have you implemented this already?
No, so this is purely research. So there are managed care organizations in different countries which have adopted them. What we see is that these, especially in some countries like, I'd like to mention like Israel or Germany, there are sickness funds that do this. And most of them begin with a not-for-profit sort of structure, that they have already a community that they're working with and they're offering care for, and then they pool resources to be able to offer health risk protection for the member who unfortunately does face a health shock.
Okay, because the examples that are coming probably is from different geographies, and the socio-economic realities of India is slightly more different.
Yeah.
One is the large population that we have, and second is also the disparity of income, and I understand this is more for lower income categories because that's where the problem and challenges are there. Any solution that you think could be also coming from our own lived in experiences that can inform your present framework that you've put in?
Definitely, sir. So something that is very akin to these sickness funds is we also have studied community-based health insurance. And community-based health insurance can offer different things. Maybe they offer insurance through a commercial insurer. But there are also models where community-based health insurance entities pool resources and then offer care to their members. Right? So a sort of system of managed care is there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali. I would now like to invite next Alekhya Pinamaraju, teacher, Sadhana Infinity International School, and Bhavya CH. The topic of their innovation presentation is Project Ed Exchange.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bhavya, and I'm here with my friend Alekhya, and we have been working on a project called EdExchange. So, one of the most wholesome experiences that we got to do was teach little kids. And the not so wholesome part of it was how schools, especially local schools, are limited to a lot of things. So, our idea was, what if schools aren't limited to resources, but instead empowered by sharing? So this is the vision behind our platform, EdExchange. EdExchange is a virtual hub where schools can exchange resources, lesson plans, teaching techniques, experiments, labs, etc., so as to enhance learning outcomes. So it shouldn't always be about teaching, so academics actually. So we also wanted to include events, event collaborations, and fairs and such things. So collaboration is the key. We are aiming to build a cohesive educational network so that we are aiming to build a cohesive educational network which aims to ensure that it is not just limited to resources, but also to equipment and such things, not only by location, but to provide quality resources to every school. And to make sure that this experiment would be viable, we conducted a small little experiment in our locality. So School A is the school that we are associated with, and the problem with School A is the infrastructure isn't that great. It is basically in a building. So we had this idea of conducting a science fair in our school. But due to the insufficient resources, we were unable to do it. So we had this idea that what if we went and collaborated with School B, which had good infrastructure, and by good infrastructure, I mean good ground. So we went and collaborated with School B. We organized a science fair for class sixth grade, and it went really well. And so we're currently working on this project, and I would like Alekhya to continue.
So, like my partner just informed about how this experiment helped two schools actually. While School A got sufficient lab equipments from School B that they could borrow to conduct the science fair, because learning is something which is not supposed to be limited to classrooms. Now, this school would definitely be able to afford good equipment, but it would at least take them a few years to get to that stage, considering it's a newly established school. Now, why should the students who initially joined the school suffer from not having the exposure to, put their learning outside the classroom? And School B, which we have also seen that School A actually had good library resources, right? Because they are newly established school, they had access to all new resources. And School B has an old library which has little dated resources. So when School B is in need, it can obviously approach School A for exchange of these good resources. Now, this was a challenge that I saw when we were working in that school, and we thought that maybe if we could collaborate with another school to exchange their equipments, that would easily benefit the students. And through EdExchange, the platform, what we aim is to provide exemplary resources to all the schools that can mutually exchange and benefit with it. We want to make this platform feasible. We want to make it accessible to every kind of school, irrespective of their scale. Now, when we are talking about education, what do we primarily aim while putting forward any kind of idea? First is standardization and providing good quality of education to all children. Now, by standardization, I understand that maybe aiming a standardized education throughout the country is something, a dream which is very difficult to achieve. And but I think that this platform can at least bring schools closer to it by connecting them and increase communication among them. So resources, like we just saw the example, instead of just limiting these resource exchange to equipments and infrastructure alone, we thought we could even provide teacher exchange programs where a teacher can actually, if suppose a teacher from a small school can actually attend to a big school in this teacher exchange program and look into how this school conducts its programs, how this school conducts its lesson plans, and learn from it, bring back to their school, and which will in turn help them develop in that school as well. Now, so how will they do it through our platform? First, the schools will have to register into the platform, and then they will have to request their requirements out there. If any school is interested in collaborating with the school, they can join their hands with them and they can collaborate and they can exchange their resources. Now, they can exchange there are different courses when we are talking about school, mostly CBSE at central level, SSC at state level, ICSC, IGCSE, IB are well-recognized boards within India. So, and all these courses have different forms of, schedules of planning and different kinds of examination, while CBSE, SSC and ICSC are national level go through national level examination for students. IB is a course which is extremely flexible. So different students actually require different kinds of courses to excel, which is what we strongly believe in, because not everyone can learn through the same environment. So we also again, I just want to mention specifically that this project is still in the ideation stage. So we are planning to provide an analysis of the courses where the school can actually recognize which student they need help with and put in the profile. We can provide an analysis of which course can give the best learning outcomes from the student. So that was it. We would love to take any questions, and actually we would also love to take any suggestions since it's still in the ideation stage. It would really help us. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any hands up. Okay, one question there.
Hello. Yeah. It's a great initiative. I just want to know, like you said, you connect virtually. There are many schools who don't have access to internets or these computer system. So how are you supposed to connect with them?
I mean, considering the current situation, I don't think there are so many schools that do not have access to internet, especially in private schools. Internet is a very common thing. Everything works on the internet. We actually post student diaries every day on the internet itself. That's how parents access the information. And this is a very common practice in most of the schools. So I understand the concern. But yeah, I mean, we'll look into that. But I think majority of the schools can be covered through virtual means itself.
Thank you. Moving on. Can we have a round of applause, please? Moving on, we have Amant Rehan, Lead Project Manager, Mobility, iHub Data, IIIT Hyderabad, and Varma Kunala, Chief Executive Officer, INAI, IIIT Hyderabad. Their innovation presentation title is Project iRaste, Intelligent Solutions for Road Safety through Technology and Engineering.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my audio okay? All right. Hi. So we are INAI. INAI is the coming together of industry, academia, government sector, and the NGO sector. This is an initiative that was launched in October 2020, and we operate out of IIIT Hyderabad campus. Our vision is to apply AI to population scale problems in the Indian context and translate research into action. Smart mobility and healthcare are our focus areas. Project iRaste. So when we looked at the mobility landscape, we were scanning for problems where we can apply AI for population scale impact. And road safety, we quickly realized road safety is a major epidemic on Indian roads and highways. The number that you see, 168,491 fatalities, it's actually an increase of 11% over the 2020 number. Obviously, the numbers dipped in the COVID years, but this has been increasing. And in India, we have the highest number of road crash fatalities in the world. That has been the trend for the last few years. The more unfortunate part is that 2/3 of these fatalities happen to individuals who are in the most productive time frame of their lives. And we decided to focus on this area. And we have this ADAS device. Intel has this ADAS device called Mobileye that is usually a feature on high-end cars and luxury SUVs. And we decided we will take it to Nagpur and deploy it on city buses to reduce accidents. So what is the opportunity for innovation? Road safety, typically there are manual road surveys that happen, but India with hosting now with the second largest road network in the world after US, it is quite a challenge to cover the roads and highways on a schedule and determine the defects and black spots. So our opportunity here was that we used this ADAS device on 150 Nagpur Municipal Corporation buses. This is a device that is placed on the dashboard, installed on the dashboard, and it scans the road space right in front and also on the sides, which are typically blind spots for the drivers. And it converts those images and gives out warnings. There are 4 types of warnings: front collision warning, pedestrian collision warning, headway monitoring, and lane departure warning. These warnings are directed at the driver, and these events are also logged in the cloud. So what we do is when these drivers are making trips in the city, we launched this in Nagpur. When the drivers are making trips in the city, these warnings that get saved in the cloud, we use this to do analytics and provide targeted training and feedback to the drivers to shift their behaviors and use defensive driving practices. The second aspect of innovation is grey spots. So in the road safety literature, the whole discussion is dominated by, it stems from black spots. Black spots, by definition, as per MORTH, are stretches of road where accidents happen where at least 10 accidents happen involving fatalities and grievous injuries in the last 3 years, or 5 fatalities happen in the last 3 years. So that's the official definition. And as you can understand, it's a lagging indicator of road risk. Our contribution here is that we use these surrogate safety metrics, these warnings data set, and combine it with the static road geometry to identify grey spots. Grey spots, the stretches and zones on the roads, on the road networks that can become black spots if no intervention is done. So with our analysis, we've been able to identify 33 grey spots in Nagpur and have communicated this to Nagpur Municipal Corporation. This is one example where we partnered with a local urban design firm and completed this installation. So as you can see at Chhatrapati Junction near Varda Road in Nagpur, we were able to get consensus and support from the stakeholders and close this gap and restrict motorized movement across this arterial. So similarly, we've done a few projects and have submitted this analysis to Nagpur Municipal Corporation for 33 sites. So this is the infrastructure improvement component. So you see this gap in the road. So this was closed by extending the median, and bollards were installed here. So now it's only the pedestrian traffic that can pass through, and it restricts motorcyclists and vehicles. Yeah, I'm not able to zoom in, but these are the bollards. Yeah. So with these innovative components, we also use the traditional approach, and we have another partner, a road safety NGO, Roadmark Foundation, with whom we collaborate, and we've engaged with the youth for training them on first aid techniques. So how can they attend to, how can they become active bystanders and attended to road crash victims on the road. But the most interesting part is that we have this transponder cells. This is a social innovation that we've managed to implement. So with this NGO, we have installed kiosks at eight black spot locations in Nagpur and mobilized the community. And all these people who are anchored in these neighborhoods, in these communities, they're like shopkeepers and mechanics and auto rickshawalas and all these vendors who are anchored in the area because of, for their sources of livelihood. They have come up to form a team of first responders. And we installed these kiosks with, their names and contact details. On the top panel that you see, they are their names. And on the bottom panel, we have first aid materials that we've locked up in this panels, foldable stretcher, ointments, and other materials that they can use and attend to road crash victims who suffer in the, who get affected in the vicinity. All these members have the keys to this resource. And I'm happy to share that within 4 months of our launch, these teams across 8 locations have tended to 28 road crash victims. We also have a triple IT researcher has done an ethnographic study and interviewed the drivers to understand their experience with the technology, because it can get difficult, drivers set in their habits and practices, how do they embrace this technology? So these insights from the drivers, they help us to improve our driver risk scores. So just to add, I'm sorry I missed that. So the data points that we get from the ADAS devices, we use that to build driver scores for the drivers who opted in the program. So these insights have helped us to improve that methodology. We've also got some we've got good reviews that, often these alerts have helped the drivers to avoid hitting a pedestrian or cattle. All kinds of situations happen on Indian roads. Project impact. So with project impact, as you can see, there are multiple components in our project. We have ADAS devices on the city buses. We've run campaigns to train the drivers to shift their driving practices. There are these tri-sponder cells, which is a play on bystander. So tri-stander is that try and save lives rather than just be a passive bystander. So tri-sponder cells, and then we have these infrastructure safety projects that we do with the Nagpur Municipal Corporation. I'm happy to report that there has been a decline of 41% in accidents on the ADAS portion of the fleet, which is about a third of the total fleet of NMC, 150 buses. 2024 and beyond. iRaste is now, it's an established brand and also platform where we incorporate various components depending on the context and receptivity of the government stakeholder. And we are keen to include more technology and community elements when we implement this in newer geographies. This also happens to be the largest study of ADAS devices on commercial vehicles, and it has become a proof of the potential of AI in road safety. And just to link it to this prior presentation on India Data Portal, often the practitioners are starved of data, and a lot of voices from the research community have expressed that these kind of surrogate road safety metrics that we have from these warnings data set that give data on near misses. Fatalities is one thing, but near misses, that we have this system where 1,000 drivers who are part of the program, they're applying these 150 buses on Nagpur's road network. If the data that's generated, that gives insight into what are the issues with the road environment also, and these near misses can be used to prioritize infrastructure repairs. So that's a contribution there with gray spot prediction. And finally, as with any innovation, is that for me? So finally, with any innovation project, technology adoption takes its own course, but we've also realized that buy-in from key stakeholders is crucial, and we work towards that right at the start by meeting with drivers and depot managers on a regular schedule, and this was crucial to the success of our project. Thank you. I have a short video. Yeah.
हर घंटे पे 18 डेथ भारत में हो रही है, और इसके लिए आज बड़े प्रमाण पर हमारे सिस्टम को जो है, टेक्नोलॉजी को हमने यूज़ करना चाहिए। ये जो इंटेल ने AI पावर टेक्नोलॉजी, एडवांस ड्राइवर असिस्टेंस सिस्टम, ये जो की, ये तो निश्चित रूप से अच्छी है, और इसमें भी ड्राइवर वार्निंग सिस्टम भी है। अब काफ़ी सिटी बसेस में और इसमें इसका उपयोग हुआ, और नागपुर में करीब 1100 NMC एंड स्कूल बसेस के ड्राइवर्स को ट्रेनिंग भी दिया गया। ये भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है।
Any questions?
We had that incident management system for highways. I'm here. What went wrong with it, and why do we need a new ecosystem? Can you just comment?
Which system is that?
IMS for highways. The Ministry of Highways, they are now expanding it.
Right.
So what went wrong with it? Where do you think AI had to chip in?
So is this anchored by NHAI?
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I have no knowledge of that system. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Aman. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Abhas Vyas, Senior Consultant in the National Program Management Unit of Swamitva Scheme. Abhas's innovation presentation title is Digital Transformation in Land Governance through Swamitva Scheme.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ISB and Bharati Institute of Public Policy for providing Ministry of Panchayati Raj to talk about its flagship Swamitva scheme. So before going into the details, I would like to give a brief context about the need for Swamitva scheme. So we all have some linkages to the rural areas of villages. We might know of Lal Dora areas in villages, Gram Kantham area as they are called in Andhra Pradesh, Gauthan area as they are called in Maharashtra and Gujarat, or Abadi area as they are called in Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, mainland India. So those areas were largely settled during the colonial times, when agriculture was the main source of revenue for the crown as well. And the Abadi, the population was settled in a small portion of land which was outside of the agriculture land, and it was called Abadi area. And that area was outside of the purview of the survey, and because no revenue was accrued out from that land, and major revenue was from the agriculture land. So those Abadi area remained largely out of the purview of the survey, and the villagers were left to fend for themselves and occupy wherever they want, and this led to a lot of land-related disputes, and the villagers were not able to monetize their Abadi land as well from the nationalized banks or avail any kind of loan on the basis of that, because it belonged to a Lal Dora area. And a lot of unplanned development happened because of non-existence of any survey of those land. So coming to the 2019, Maharashtra wanted to update their property registers. So property register was an essential part of panchayat system, where they wanted, where they use it to assess the property tax applicable in the panchayats. So they used Survey of India. They signed an MOU with Survey of India for surveying their villages to update their property register. So one thing led to the another, and it was envisaged that why not extend it to the entire nation and update property records of the villages itself and provide ownership rights to the property owners. So as of now, 31 states and UTs have been onboarded on Swamitva scheme, and 2.9 lakh villages have been covered through drone survey. Also, more than 8 crore property parcels have been digitized so far, and more than 1.6 crore property cards have been distributed on various occasions by Honorable Prime Minister as well across 1 lakh villages as on date. So here is a brief implementation process flow. MOU is signed between the state and Survey of India. The villages are notified through a gazette notification by the district collector, the district magistrate, and a CORS, which is continuously operating reference stations, which is a geopositioning positioning system providing 5 centimeter accuracy for the maps. Then we have demarcation of the Abadi area, which happens, and a drone survey is conducted across the villages to map the property parcels. Once the images are digitized, the property parcels are converted into the property cards, and they are essentially distributed to the property owners through a process of claim settlement and objection invitation. So drone survey has, so scheme has been completed in Haryana, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, Goa, Andaman Nicobar Island, Lakshadweep, and while drone survey has been completed in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Dadra Nagar Haveli and Delhi. So there has been a a constant feedback mechanism that has been developed by this scheme, which has led to the development of drone ecosystem in the country itself. So prior to the advent of the scheme, there were hardly any players in the country. While with the advent of the Swamitva scheme, there are more than 300 drones that have been deployed across various states and UTs for surveying. And by far, the Swamitva scheme is one of the largest drone survey that is happening in the world currently. And this has led to the employment generation as well, wherein a lot of digitizers have been hired by Survey of India for digitization of the maps on a 5 centimeter accuracy. So there were prior records that existed prior to Swamitva. For example, Goa had undertaken LIDAR-based survey. Odisha had undertaken high-tech survey, but they were on the scale of 1:2000 or 1:3000 and beyond. And while Swamitva scheme provides 1:500 centimeter scale accuracy maps, which is unparalleled currently in the country. Talking about the digital initiatives taken by various states and UTs. So prior to Swamitva scheme, a lot of survey was undertaken manually. So the survey person has to move from one place to the another through using a ETS machine or a plain table survey or a theodolite machine. And it would take around a couple of days to demarcate the properties, all the properties in a village. So there are about 150 properties in a village, and the person would take a couple of days to demarcate all of that. While using drones, it can be undertaken in half an hour or an hour max. States have integrated their social registries, which is a very important factor here. In Madhya Pradesh, there is Samagra database, which has been integrated with the property records. There is Akarni Patrak in Gujarat, which is a property register which has been integrated with property records as well. There is Form 8 in Maharashtra, which has been integrated here. There is Parivar Pehchan Patra in Haryana, which has served as the basis for verifying the ownership records on the property cards. So once the ownership records are identified, the maps are digitally sent to the Survey of India, wherein they finalize the property parcel boundaries, and those are then sent back to the states for inviting any claims and objection if any owner has on their property cards. Once the objections are settled, the final property cards are available on their respective portals, and they are pushed onto the DigiLocker application, wherein any owner can access his or her property cards digitally. I've spoken about Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Gujarat as well. So there are other possibilities that have been opened up that has led to the spin-off effect. Thanks to the National Geospatial Policy that came out in 2022, we have digital elevation model, digital terrain model, and 5 centimeter accuracy images available for the public. So flood modeling is one of the use cases that can be undertaken for disaster management. There is solarization potential analysis of the rooftops. So we can identify which are the kacha houses, which are the pakka houses, what is the width of the road, what is the condition of the road, is it a paved road or an unpaved road? Because we have 5 centimeter accuracy images, that is the advantage here. We have the socio-economic profile of the village, and the last one is the most important one, augmenting own sources of revenue of villages. So prior to Swamitva scheme, there were the property records and the property sizes existed they were subjective in nature, because they were maintained in a manual, in a register which was handwritten mostly. So using Swamitva maps, the property registers have been digitized to a high accuracy, and this has led to so one of the case studies was in Maharashtra. Pune, a panchayat in Pune experienced a 16% increase in property tax collection, because the property tax has been devolved in the Maharashtra. So they were able to augment their own sources of revenue because of Swamitva scheme. There is a short film which I would like to showcase here.
24 अप्रैल 2020 ये वो तारीख थी जब भारत के ग्रामीण आबादी क्षेत्रों में रह रहे लोगों को उनकी जायदाद का पक्का प्रमाण देने के लिए एक नए प्रयास का शुभारंभ हुआ।
गांवों में
प्रॉपर्टी को लेकर के, संपत्ति को लेकर जो स्थिति रहती है वो आप सभी भली भांति जानते हैं। स्वामित्व योजना इसी को ठीक करने का एक प्रयास है।
ये है नया भारत, जहां गांवों को भी मिल रही है तकनीक की ताकत, जो गांव वासियों का जीवन सरल बना रही है। स्वामित्व में कॉर्स तकनीक का प्रयोग किया जाता है, जो कि एक साइट का 5 सेंटीमीटर तक सही आकलन करती है, जिससे ड्रोन द्वारा ली गई तस्वीरों में सटीक जियो स्टैंप डालना संभव हो पाता है। इसीलिए पैमाइश के पुराने तरीके चेन बेस्ड सर्वे के स्थान पर अब कॉर्स का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ड्रोन फ्लाइंग से लेकर प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड बनने में अधिकतम 9 महीने का समय लगता है, जबकि पुराने सर्वे में लोगों को सालों साल अपने मालिकाना हक के लिए इंतजार करना पड़ता था। लाखों ग्रामीण संपत्ति धारकों को मिले उनके पक्के मालिकाना हक यानी प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड ने इस बात को साबित भी किया है। प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड सिर्फ मालिकाना हक का एक सबूत नहीं, बल्कि राज्यों के राजस्व विभाग, ग्राम पंचायतों और केंद्र सरकार के पंचायती राज मंत्रालय व अन्य सरकारी एजेंसियों के आपसी सहयोग की मिसाल है। तकनीक का उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण है और हर संपत्ति विवाद को ग्रामीण स्तर पर ही सुलझाने और जन जन को भरोसे में लेकर की सहभागिता के कारण पारदर्शिता का एक पर्याय बन गया है। ये जायदाद का वो पक्का प्रमाण है जिससे संपत्ति की खरीद फरोख्त भी आसानी से हो सकती है, समय आने पर जिसके आधार पर बैंक से कर्ज भी मिल सकता है और कोई भी बाहुबली किसी मजलूम की संपत्ति के अधिकार को छीन नहीं सकता। संपत्ति का पक्का अधिकार देकर गांव के जन जन को सशक्त करने के लिए थामकर स्वामित्व की डोर, आओ चले ग्राम उदय की ओर।
Thank you. Any questions, if there are any? Sure.
Yeah, thank you for sharing a wonderful initiative. From the part of India where I come, like not just the Lardora land, which is the common village property, there are other village common lands, like, and first the terminology is so confusing.
Right.
Shamlat, Mushtarka Nama Khata, Malkan, Waqf-e Zameen. And then no, I mean, if the Swamitv scheme is to be implemented, then the village rights on those village common lands also need to be defined well, because otherwise there's a lot of litigation which happens on these common lands.
Right.
So it's just a kind of a suggestion that the Swamitv can be extended, not just in the Laldora lands, but in the Shamlats and the Mushtarka Nama Khata Malkan in particularly is a
Right.
land which was acquired by particular law from the landowners themselves.
Right.
So, and so many disputes are there on those. So it's just a suggestion, not a question.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for the last presentation of the Innovation Sandbox, I would like to now invite Councillor Arun Mumma-Malenini from the Hampshire City Council, UK. And his topic is improving primary education outcomes.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Right, as you can see, one of my professors already told, like, people have various levels of innovations. Being a politician, as an elected representative of a county, which is equivalent to state, I have very little innovation. So I'm not going to raise the topics of innovation here. I would like to tell how the education system works in the county here. So I have to make a big disclaimer here. Here, I'm not comparing apples to apples or apples to oranges. I'm comparing here with a watermelon to an orange, okay? Watermelon being the India and orange being the Hampshire, right? So let me start. Right, that's me. Oh, sorry. What is it? See, this is where I get stumbled. Right. You want me to use this one? Right, okay. Right, yes. Yeah, that's me. One of your professors got disconnected this morning. He was still trying to find me here. That's me when I have hair, right? So what am I? I'm an elected representative in Hampshire County Council, which is the second layer of public administration back in the United Kingdom. So what do? I'm from a Conservative Party, so more known as Rishi Sunak's party. So I represent Conservative Party in Basingstoke North Division. That means out of 76 divisions, that is one of the divisions. So why am I here and talking about learning and primary aspects? Because on the right side, you can see there is a chairman of Children and Families Advisory Panel. That brought me here, right? So coming to the next, so let me press this one. Yes, so I said already, watermelon to orange here. So what is watermelon is in India. So the representation that I'm making over there is 1.42 million Hampshire residents, and we are teaching 137,000 people. And what is the budget? This is, again, similar to our Telangana budget, which is around 2.7 billion pounds, if I talk about Telangana budget. So, I should be going back to this one, right? So here, guys, guess, I'll give you the question, right? How much we do spend on our education, right? I already gave the answer. Right, 55. If someone in the audience know how much the Telangana budget on the education for the primary kids. Any guesses, guys? Any guesses in the public? Right? So that is around right. Professor is right around, it's 5%. That is where we are in Telangana. So look at, guys, here I'm comparing, watermelon with oranges, but the percentages should be remaining same, right? So where are we leading to? That is the question for you, the policymakers here and the enthusiasts here, right? So this is what the composition of our children's services, whereas what is the expectation? So here, guys, I need to make a big disclaimer here. I'm always mentioning children's services here, not the education alone. So in the next topics, I'll bring it out, what the difference between the children's services as well as the education. That is one of the big policy change that we need to think about and we need to take away from this discussion. Do we need to talk about only the education, or do we need to talk about a holistic approach of education, children welfare, and all the stuff? So in Hampshire, a county being the responsible for children education, we will be spending around 55% of our budget, which is 1,461, right? Yeah, 1,461 million pounds on this, right? What does the children's services include? So it includes an integral service of school, welfare, health, and well-being of children, which includes SEND, which stands for Special Educational Needs. We don't hear about SEND policy here, but there they give more priority for the SEND. School, and the next one is school teachers, school infrastructure, meals for children during the school time, foster care, transportation of school children, everything comes under one umbrella, which is children's services. Now, the special schools for children who need special attentions like Down syndrome, autism, and we aim to provide these primary school place for every child within 2 miles of their home and secondary school place within 3 miles for their home. That is our target. That means if you are residing it, you should be having a primary school within that proximity, a crow flying distance from that residence. So what happens? You may ask the question, what happens if I happen to be a billionaire and spending my time in a villa? No matter about your financial statuses, you will be provided a transportation from your villa to the nearest school by state. That is the importance that we give to the children over there. So what is the outcome? The outcome is, look at it, the figure speaks. 6% people in primary school, they all only attend the private. What about the 94? They attend in public schools. Do you think only, UK got 6% billionaires or millionaires? No. It's a wealthy country. Though they can afford it, they do send it to the kids to the primary school. Why? They believe in it. They believe in it, they trust in it. And they look after it because they are the ones who make the policies. They are the lobbyists. The billionaires are the ones who make the lobbies, right? That's why they spend the money over there. And what is the benefit? It is a financial burden, guys. Think about it. You may be, so many of you here are parents or would-be parents. Imagine how much money you are spending on your health and how much money you are spending on your education. More than 40%? 30%? Yeah? It's a big chunk of your income, right? Most of your life earnings are going on health or education. And these two basic needs are not for free here. Rest of the whole is free. So you need to think about it. And the governance. Each school is run by a head teacher. So how do you think that the schools have been run by there? There the concept is the committee-based schools. The government will provide the funding. The funding structure is based on how many students that you got in your class. If I have less number of enrollments, I'll get the less amount of money. That's where the schools, they fight for each other, they fight with each other for better results. How is it possible? When a headmaster is being given, all the headmasters are given with the same salary from the public office. No, that's not how it operates. Every school being operated by a committee. They get the money, and the money is distributed to the teaching staff by the committee. So the committee is in hunt for a good head teacher who delivers the results, and the head teacher is the one who looks for other capable staff who can deliver it. This is how the model works over there, and the primary education model, and that is working over there, and I don't see a reason why it won't work here, right? And another point here, the school governance, I mentioned it. They can be anyone, the parents or the educationals like yourself. Anyone can join the school, and they can work for the school, and they make it. It is a pure voluntary role. No one is getting paid. And on top of it, there is something called an Ofsted, which is an independent body, like our TROI, which looks at every communication stuff. Okay? That is how it works. So I just give a glimpse of this Indian analysis over there, and I don't want to take much of your time here, and I just leave to you to look at the data where we are with various aspects of the state, right? I know it's lunchtime, we are getting ready. So here are the thoughts how we can improve our educational systems and what we can take from Hampshire there. Okay? Thank you very much. Any more questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. A big shout out to all the presenters. I would also like to thank our judges. And all the best to each one of you. The results would be announced later at about 3:15 p.m. in this very same venue. So until then, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. And once again, it's my honor to invite you all to this auditorium which saw the opening plenary this Wednesday. And what amazing these 3 days have been, such brilliant minds from diverse fields from across India in one location, coming together with just one single point agenda on their minds, public policy for human development. Approximately 20 sessions, including panel discussions, roundtables, innovation sandbox, research poster presentations, a cultural Qawwali night, and a theatrical performance where, like, too many things happening all together. The public policy dialogues saw attendance from over 250 speakers and delegates talking on crucial themes like improving learning outcomes in schools, tackling institutional challenges in social development, healthcare for all, climate change and justice, fostering livelihood diversification and enhancement of skills, and improving nutritional outcomes for millions. It has been absolute pleasure for all of us at the Bharati Institute to see that your active and passionate participation, and also that you were able to take those conversations beyond these formal settings. And with this, I am delighted to invite our speakers of the closing plenary, Professor A.K. Shivakumar, Visiting Professor of Economics and Public Policy, Indian School of Business and Harvard Kennedy School. Dr. Nivedita Narayan, Chief Executive Officer, One State, which is registered as Charities AIDS Foundation, India. Dr. Samir Sharma, IAS, Chief Executive on Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs to the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. And our very own moderator for this panel, Dr. Arushi Jain, Policy Director, Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business.
Well, a very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this closing plenary. I couldn't have had a better, closing panel session experts with me than the experts sitting with me here. We have with us Professor A.K. Shivakumar, who is a developmental economist. He's worked extensively on human development for a lifetime. We have with us Dr. Samir Sharma, who is a bureaucrat by profession, but an academic by passion. He has worked extensively on various policy aspects, but right now working extensively on the Sustainable Development Goals for the government of Andhra Pradesh. And we have with us Dr. Nivedita Narayan, a development practitioner who's spent her lifetime in the community in particular. So welcome to all three of you during this closing plenary session. 3 days of intense discussions, as Deepti just mentioned, a lot of panels where we were discussing diverse aspects. And the discussions began initially with the HDIs to begin with, and India being a medium development country, what can we do that despite economic growth, we are still staggering on those rankings for a very, very long time now. Starting from there, there were discussions around the global challenges and crises that have impacted nations over a very long time. There were, we did hear about the positive stories, lots of action that has happened in the communities over time, and especially the bridging of the gender gap, which is commendable and especially much more rapid than the global average. So all of those discussions were a part of the different roundtables and panels that we discussed. Poverty alleviation becoming one of the important concerns. However, there were aspects around primary healthcare infrastructure and ensuring quality standards in healthcare that were discussed. In terms of education, the concerning gap between the level of education, employability, skilling, and these aspects. In terms of nutrition, we talked about undernutrition, stunting being one of the major challenge. And more importantly, when it comes to public policy, there were discussions about policy commitments and the actual outcome. There were discussions on institutional challenges that happened. And along with institutional challenges, we discussed policy design and implementation inefficiencies, the data management issues, the engagement, collaboration, and trust-related issues, and also the research policy gap that needs to be addressed at this time. We are hopeful for the future, and this panel today is going to talk about the future of human development in our country. The future today hinges on continued efforts in the areas that we have been talking about. We want to ensure inclusive and sustainable growth for a diverse and growing population, and we want to ensure that we are able to leverage our demographic dividend. So with this opening note, I'm now going to our speakers for the day, and I'm going to begin with Professor A.K. Sivakumar with my very first question. Shiv, you've been a part of the dialogues. You've been hearing a lot of conversations over the 3 days. Please kindly can you share with us your reflections on the discussions, but more importantly, what according to you are the major policy issues in terms of human development perspective that need utmost attention at this point of time?
Thank you, Archie. I've really enjoyed the discussions that have been going on, and I want to start by saying that the first Human Development Report that was launched in 1990, the opening sentence is, "People are the real wealth of a nation." And I think the focus of human development is really on people, on people's capabilities, and so the basic objective of development is to create an enabling environment for people to enjoy long, healthy, creative, and secure lives. And I think if we look at India's development from this perspective of human development, or the perspective of people, ordinary people, I think what Arushi said is absolutely correct. There seems to be broad agreement that India has recorded significant achievements in many dimensions of human development. She talked about the increase in per capita incomes, reduction in poverty, bridging of rural-urban gaps, impressive increases in school enrollment, improvements in child survival, maternal mortality, and so on. The list is quite long. But at the same time, there also seems to be consensus on 3 other points. First is, there is a large unfinished agenda when it comes to particularly bridging inequalities arising out of class, gender, caste, geography, age, abilities, and so on. Also in terms of addressing multiple deprivations, dealing with issues of quality, ending discrimination, and reaping. In fact, the term now is no longer demographic dividend. They say it is reaping the gender dividend, and also the silver dividend. Thanks to my silver hair, it shows that since we are an aging population, all of us cannot retire at 60. We still have productive contributions to make. So it's both the, the gender dividend and the silver dividend. So as we reflect on the way forward, 2 questions come up. Where do we go from here, and how do we get there? So I shall summarize these 2 questions by clubbing what I've heard over the days into what needs to be done into 5 sets of public action. And I've summarized it in terms of it's a matter of 5 Ps. And let me explain. The first P is getting principles right. The main principle guiding development cannot be the blind pursuit of economic growth, income or income expansion, or infrastructure development, or the use of technology. These are all important means, and they have to be done, but they cannot be the ends or goals of development. I think that's the fundamental philosophy of human development itself, that the goals of development as are enshrined in our Constitution and understood and underscored by the idea of human development, that is, development is an enhancement of capabilities, a widening of choices and opportunities, an expansion of freedoms, economic, social, civil, cultural, political freedoms, and an assurance of human rights. In other words, we need to bring back the focus of development on people and do everything that makes their lives, like I said in the beginning, less precarious and more secure. And what we have learned over the years is that economic growth does not automatically guarantee these conditions. The second P is to get priorities right. It seems that the priority of India is to ensure that India becomes a developed country by 2047. I mean, I have to tell you as an economist that everyone has stopped using the word developed, because even the most developed country has got severe problems. So I don't know when you become developed and when you are still developing. But what does it mean to become a so-called developed country? And if you look at the public narrative, the answer seems quite clear. India should become the 3rd largest economy by 2030. Or even sooner, by 2027, I am told. It is useful to remind ourselves that even if India becomes the 3rd largest economy, there is a huge difference in per capita incomes. Today, for instance, we rub shoulders with the United States of America, but we should not forget that our per capita income is around $2,300 per year, and the United States is close to $70,000. Or even when we talk about India, China, China's per capita income is close to $12,000, and we are still at $2,300. So there's a big difference when you look at per capita incomes, which is also a reflection of the levels of standards of living and so on and so forth. But the more fundamental, by the way, last week, I don't know if some of you saw, the former Secretary of Economic Affairs has predicted that India will become a $300 trillion economy by 2050, and our per capita income will rise from $2,300 to $21,000 by 2050. So it almost seems that the aspirational priority is to get this kind of growth targets. But the more fundamental question to ask is, do we want to really pursue a high per capita income as our national priority? Take the USA today, even with a per capita income of $70,000, USA is plagued with many intractable problems. Amongst the highest rates of gun violence, even as we are speaking, there was an incidence of shooting in a school yesterday. It has the highest rates of incarceration. It has the worst forms of systemic racism and discrimination against people of color and indigenous people. It is therefore important to go back to the second P, getting priorities right. It cannot be to merely make India the 5th largest, 3rd largest, the largest economy in the world. And that is what we have been hearing over the last 3 days, that if we want to see transformational changes, then we must pursue many of the priorities highlighted by the speakers: universal health coverage, universal schooling of good quality, ending malnutrition, empowering women by ensuring property rights and decent paid jobs, ending domestic violence, ensuring social cohesion. And this is the only way, by prioritizing these issues, can we fast-track progress towards sustainable human development. The third P is getting policies right. Now, policy formulation is the responsibility of the state. And to get policies right in the future, we really have to ask the question, what is the state in India doing? Is it really playing the role of a welfare state? I'll just give you 2 illustrations from the schooling sector and the health sector. Today, 50% of children are going to private schools in India. They are very low cost schools where we have no idea of what is being taught, the quality of education, when the Constitution has promised us that up to the age of 14, children will get free, high-quality education in schools. So where is that promise? Take healthcare today. 2/3 of healthcare is being provided by the private sector, which is of dubious quality, by the way. The private sector, we have some fantastic high-end hospitals, but the bulk of the care that you get is very, very suspicious of what is this kind of care when the so-called doctor doesn't even have a high school degree and is dispensing medicines. So the real question is, what is the game plan? What is the national policies on school education? What is the national policy on health? Is it that by the year 2047, which seems to be the grand 100 years of independence, we will progressively ensure that from 50% kids in private schools, we'll go to 60%, 70%, 80%, and so by 2047, there are no kids in government school. There is no role for government school, because at the moment, government schools are catering to the poorest and the most deprived sections of society. By 2047, we will have no poor and deprived people in this country, and everybody. By the way, I want to tell you that even in the United States of America, not more than 12%, the richest country in the world, not more than 12% of children go to private schools. So that is the day. Take healthcare. I hear constantly here, we need greater public-private partnership. Of course we need greater public-private partnership. There's a very enlightened discussion this morning on the kind of partnerships we need. But what is the plan? If 2/3 of people are accessing private sector healthcare, should we just not go to 60, 70, 80%? And is that the national policy? They're silent on this. So even when it comes to women's empowerment and women's employment, we are very excited that the female labor force participation rates have gone up to 37%. But don't forget that is most of it is in agriculture, it is in self-employed and unpaid self-employment. So we are not talking about women getting empowered to go out, earn a salary, it's all that. So we really have to ask the question, what is the role of the public sector in school education? What is the role of the private sector in healthcare? What is it that we need to do? And what is it that our policy is really benefiting the poorest? So that's the getting policies right. The fourth P, and I think a lot of time was spent on this, is getting practices right. And much of the discussions based on experiential learning pointed to gaps in implementation. And there are several. And I think so much knowledge is available on why things are not working. Let me flag a few critical ones. The first is community connect. Almost everyone was clear that engaging and empowering people and engaging them in the planning, design, and implementation of programs is the real missing link today. And unless there is a sense of ownership of the community, we are not going to have better schools, better systems and better outcomes. We need more democracy in development. And in this, the role of civil society organizations and movements is extremely important. They have historically played a very important role, and they should continue to be the voice of people, empower people, to demand accountability, to ensure assurance of rights for citizens. Allocation of resources, both human and financial resources, is extremely challenging. How do you build capacities at different levels of governance, particularly the local levels? Where are the financial resources? Gathering and using real-time evidence, very important, real-time decision-making, but a word of caution in this all kind of information deluge, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And I think that's an old saying, completely applicable to the development sector. You walk into this room and I see everybody is very well dressed, everyone is fine. It does not mean that everyone you see on the roads wearing jeans and a t-shirt has the same opportunities as all our children have. There is an illusion of equality in the space of commodities. There's a divergence. There's a divergence of opportunities, divergence in the space of opportunities for most citizens of the poor and the rich. That's the inequality story. And finally, I think there's a lot of suggestions that we really need to innovate, be flexible, find new approaches and new solutions, and find customized solutions to local cultures and contexts. And that is what the challenge is for a country like India. We really cannot talk at that level. We cannot talk at the state level. The problems of every society and every community are different. Finally, let me come to the fifth P, which is getting politics right. And a lot of time the word politics came up, and I thought that's very important to flag. We talked about the politics of knowledge. We talked about politics of power asymmetries within the family, between women and men, between public servants and citizens. There's the politics of professionals and professional associations that often block development initiatives. There's the politics of policy formulation, and there's the politics of political leadership. Where is the political will? Where is the political commitment? So let me recap by saying that the essence of my summing up is that if we want India to undergo transformational changes over the next 2 or 3 decades, then we must begin by rebooting or by getting the 5 Ps right, getting principles right, getting priorities right, getting policies right, getting practices right, getting politics right. The only way to do this is by promoting much more public debates and public discussion and engaging the community in these decisions. And I hope this country over the next 15 years will genuinely promote public debates and public discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shiv, for the insights and for the 5 Ps. Thank you once again. I'm going for my next question to Dr. Nivedita. Dr. Nivedita, you've been working with women and communities for such a long time. There is the diversity of the country in terms of the unique socio-economic, cultural landscape. What, according to you, are the major challenges and, more importantly, the opportunities when it comes to human development? And you can focus on gender in particular.
Thank you so much. I think the most important thing is that all women are not the same. So gender is, of course, the relation between men and women. So let me talk about women just now and the patriarchal setups that we have. And the nature of relationships that exist are very different for different types of women too. But having put that aside, I think that's important to say that from the point of view of the dialogue between policy and research and practice in the context of human development, I would say that the key issue is of agency, voice, and representation. Because to just involve people, engage people, is not enough. Because the agenda needs to be set, and therefore representation becomes very important. Which agenda is being prioritized? How are choices being made? Who is making the choices? And I can give us, I'd like to do this through just a couple of examples. I'd like to be brief on this. One is, of course, this very large program we have, which is around the self-help groups. I myself had the privilege of setting the first one up and developing it in the lap of the Ministry of Rural Development, which is so lauded now worldwide for this particular program, and of seeing how it's grown. And recent research that I've done with at the LSE with this wonderful person who we all, I'm sure in this room, look up to, Naila Kabir, has shown a comparison between civil society run organized NGOs and when they still existed, and the SRLM run NGOs, while various other parameters in terms of financial inclusion, in terms of various parameters are equal or relatively better, because the pushback from communities is much less when the government organizes groups. However, if you look at it from the point of view of women's agency and what decisions are coming from women, it's it's clearly much stronger. Agency voice and is much stronger in groups that are organized by civil society organizations, because that's the nature of those organizations. Delivery of services efficiently and effectively is not enough. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient. So there is a big role for other kinds of actors whose voices today, we don't know how third sector voices are being encouraged in today's climate. So I think that's a very big issue that I would like to put forward, and policy needs to recognize it. And the issue of representation, we were just discussing this earlier. We have 2 huge programs in our country, or 2 huge offerings to the world. One is the self-help groups, and the second is organizing, reservations at the local level. And if we, in the panchayats and in local political office, and if we look at participation in public office beyond voting and actually standing for elections, there's a huge range of activities that go towards women's participation in the public, which is the third domain where they really need to, right? And that is really not being, that dividend needs to be leveraged, if for lack of a better word, because what you'll see is that even women from self-help groups, when they're elected into the reserved seats, the Sarpanch Pati phenomenon is very widespread. So and even when women from the self-help groups have fielded their own candidates to win elections, very soon those candidates are not able to meet the needs of the primary constituency, the women citizens who fielded these candidates, and they then soon get alienated from their very constituencies because they're not able to deal with the situation into which they're placed. So there is a need from the policy point of view, to bring these two together and to bring these voices across the different contexts, across ethnicity, caste, race, class, etc., but to bring it into the entire, into the discourse. And the narrative can only be set if it is, in a sense, open to these kinds of voices, to local agenda, and not to, well, not a one-size-fits-all, but not to an administrative solution to human problems. So I would say that a shift in the framework from an administrative solution and supply-side solutions as the magic bullet to a more inclusive agenda set by multiple actors at the local, meso as well as national level is very, very important. Otherwise, we will be saying the same thing again. How do I include you? You can't include me. I have to include myself or exclude myself. I don't want to say anything more than that.
Thank you. No, thank you so much for that perspective. Truly valuable. We're next going to Dr. Sameer Sharma. Dr. Sharma, can you please share with us the efforts that are ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh, the efforts that you are leading in terms of localizing and upscaling SDGs for human development?
I do that.
You want to, Ajay, you want to use the stage?
My presentation is there. Na? Thank you. Yeah. Purpose?
There, but
Yeah.
I think not visible.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. In my one paragraph brief bio, Arushi had put, I love applying theory to practice. So I'll tell you what we are doing. And first, start with this. It's a fairly well-known quote. Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory, and tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. Now, translated into a theoretical framework, I'll tell you there's one person called Amitai Edzoni. He got a PhD in the 1950s from UC Berkeley. It was the fastest PhD at that time, 18 months. He developed an approach called the mixed scanning approach, which, as our professors, I read in the papers, is that mix of top-down and bottom-up, or zoom in or zoom out. So this mix of a vision, grand policy with, great goals, overarching ideas, and something which is small, purpose-driven, for the moment, is what is zoom in and zoom out. And how we applied it in Andhra Pradesh, I'll be soon telling you. We moved from policy, if you look at government, and largely government focuses on policy development and adoption. We moved from this to what we call policy implementation. So as in the corporate world also, the distinction between strategy and implementation is breaking down. Similarly here, the distinctive feature is that hiatus between policy preparation, design and policy implementation was removed. Now, I'll tell you what we looked at. Now, if 2023, there was a study in Lancelot by Subramaniam and others, Harvard Public School. Why I mention him is because in my PhD also I applied the multi-level modeling, which takes out the contextual efforts of a neighborhood or an individual in a larger context. He also used multi-level modeling. So what they found on the SDGs was, they reviewed the progress on 707 districts of India on 33 SDG indicators. They found India is not on target for 19 of the 33 SDG indicators. I'm just giving the broad summary. They found that if no mid-course correction is done, we will not be achieving the SDGs by 2030. Large number, I'm not saying all. So we have to increase the pace and momentum. And that is why upscaling and localizing. We coined a term which is called consistent rhythms. In one of our meetings, Honorable CM just mentioned this, let us do consistent rhythms. This is an idea, political people generally give ideas. They don't go to nitty-gritty of daily thing. So we sort of put in a theoretical framework and we developed something on consistent rhythms, which is basically a mix of top down and bottom. How did we combine the zoom up, zoom in and zoom out? What we did, we first of all made a state indicator framework, part 1. We found that there were 475 indicators in the SDG goals, 17 SDG goals. This is the box here. We developed SOPs for 115 indicators, which are priority indicators, because at that time Niti Aayog was monitoring this. We developed portal, which is of course a natural outcome. We mapped all the programs in government to the SDG indicators. Like if we were giving nutrition, it was supposed to reduce anemia in pregnant women, teenage women, stuff like that. So there has to be this sort of a logical connection. Then within that program, we identified the specific activities like we are giving midday meals, we are giving take-home rations, stuff like that. And then we did what we call the target setting at the village and ward sector. This is a very interesting thing about Andhra Pradesh. That is, as far as I know, there is no state in India which has 10 to 11 government functionaries at the village level. We have district level, subdivision level in the block or mandal in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. But we have 10 to 11 people that are all highly qualified specialists in agriculture, animal husbandry, community mobilization and others. So we have these 11 people and we set the target at the village and ward secretariat level. This again I go back to 70s. During the 70s, the Planning Commission in the midterm review were again and again talking about this. I'll just read this out to you, very interesting because it's so important for upscaling and implementing something large scale. Spatial considerations have never received adequate attention. This Planning Commission. Policy has been half-hearted in as much as few points at which government might intervene to manage policy outcomes and it affects its course and direction have been properly tackled. It is uncoordinated in as much as national planning tends to be in terms of sectoral outlays. So the focus was on sectoral outlay, the space was missing. This is what we introduced by the village and ward secretariat level, which is a population of 2,000. So 2,000 people, a village and ward secretariat level, targeting at that level, and you'll understand the importance because, as I'll be telling you later, at that level you can give a name to a number. And that is what matters. If a woman's anemic level is increasing every month, we are fine. If it is not or reducing, then we know where to intervene at a higher level where the doctor goes and looks at her. Now, that was the top down and this is the bottom up. So, we include space and numbers, we include space and implementation, a small area where we could monitor and know clearly what's happening. It's much easier to bring everybody together I go to nearly 5 or 10 villages every month. I go and sit there with them and we talk to them. My biggest challenge, even with Chief Minister's office, is to make the ANM, the Anganwadi worker, the Gram Sarpanch, the Panchayat Secretary work together. It is my biggest challenge to make them work together. What about the State Secretariat and District Administration? At village level, it is such a big challenge for me. Then the focus and targeted implementation of internet, which means the human being, not even 10 human beings, but each and every human being. We use extensively digital technology. What we did, we had all the registers where the ANMs would write something, the Anganwadi worker would write something, the doctor would write something. We brought all of them together, made an app. So each of them had an app. If somebody else had done it, it would not be there. They had a few fields. They would enter those fields. That is what they would do. So it was a monitoring thing. Everything brought together. As it goes up, it gets combined together and we get a result. And then the next level goes and intervenes, action part. And they also get to know they have been given the iron folic tablets. It's not working. So that is where we bring the SHG together. The SHG goes and starts giving them nutrition training. That with this, you have to combine this sort of food. You see, that's much more effective, SHG women going and telling a pregnant women than officers going, as she was rightly saying. Then we do a weekly periodic assessment of what's going on. And then the main thing is that once we get a feedback, we modify it. Policy is not cast in stone. And that is what makes it so dynamic, changing real time. Just again, the strategic plan. We were ranked 4, 21, 115 indicators. Now in these 20 indicators, we are again not focusing on everything, we're just focusing on 20. Phase 1, 8, phase 2, 12. These phase 1, 8 indicators relate to anemia management, reducing malnourishment, reducing dropouts, and improving basic infrastructure in school. Even basic infrastructure was ensuring that girls' toilets work. It is that level of specific and preciseness we go into. The others are other 12, which we have not yet taken up, but crimes and road accidents, etc. Now, these are the detailed indicators. Anemia, percentage of adolescent females aged 10 to 19 years who are anemic. Percentage of pregnant women of age 15 to 49 who are anemic. Malnourishment, percentage of children under 5 years who are stunted. Percentage of children under 5 years who are underweight. Dropouts, the dropouts first to 8, dropouts 10, 11, 12. Then percentage with basic infrastructure and percentage of schools with functioning girls' toilet. This is what we focus on. And this is what the entire focus is only on this. The rest of things keep on going on, but it's not this sort of intense focus. I'll just show you one indicator, which is pregnant women 15 to 49 years, and rest also there. So now you look at the first column, there is the intervention, the programs. So there's a village health clinic. You know, we, unlike other states, we have 2 PHCs in every mandal. A mandal is roughly 1/3 of a block. 2 PHCs, 2 doctors. These doctors are the family doctors of each and every family. Half the villages are with one doctor, half the village. They go once in 15 days. All the data of these, each and every family is on a iPad they carry. They go to the family. When they go to the village, they're supposed to visit people with chronic illness, malnutrition, and anemia. Then there is the second program called the Sampurn Poshana, which is giving food. The third is Sampurn Poshana Plus for women and girls who have high levels of anemia, not medium and moderate, not moderate and mild. Then these are the functionaries. So in the SOP, we tracked each and every person's work, which program, what has to give. We had the ANMs, the multi-level health persons, and the medical officers, women. First, the health department, second, women and child development. We had the Anganwadi workers and the CDPOs. So these were the basic functionaries. The activity is anemia surveillance, testing, and management. There were a visit schedule was given, so they were supposed to be that day there, and they were supposed to fill up the apps, which was till the top being monitored. Then we had the inspections. What were they supposed to do? And the third was actions. They were supposed to do these actions, proper nutritious diet to pregnant women out of school, adolescent girls. So these were the actions, detailed actions, which were understandable to them. And lastly was the monitoring, multiple level monitoring, feedbacks and changes as a result of the monitoring. This is all done real time. We close the loop, we call it close the loop. Consistent rhythms for us is closing the loop. Closing the loop means number one, giving a name to each, and we don't have numbers. If it's 5,000, we should know who are these 5,000. Each and every case, how is the malnutrition progressing, how is the anemia progressing. Second is bringing all of them together under one roof at the village level and ensuring they work together, they talk to one another. It is such a difficult task making the A&M talk to another department like Women and Child Development, Anganwadi, making the Sarpanch talk to them, making the local engineer talk to them. So ensuring that they talk to them. Then these were all prepared by the departments themselves with the officers concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. My last question, and just a closing question to all three of you from the three different perspectives, is about the future of human development in India. I would request Shiv if you could focus on education and health and your last take on how do we look at the future of human development.
Thank you. let me focus on education.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very difficult question to answer. What should we do to transform the education system? I just want to remind ourselves that the National Policy of Education 2020 says that the purpose of the education system is to develop good human beings capable of rational thought and action, possessing compassion and empathy, courage and resilience, scientific temper and creative imagination, with sound ethical moorings and values. And the purpose of education is to build an equitable, inclusive, and pluralistic society. Now, are we going towards this? Is education system contributing to it? What are the radical shifts needed? I don't know, but it's a big question to really keep in front of us. The second thing I want to say is that we should not mistake investment, the importance of, we should not substitute good quality school education with skilling. And I think that's what is happening here. You cheat all these students. Poor kids are there 10 years, 11 years, 12 years in school. They come out, they can't do anything, they are not employable. And then you say, oh, sorry, 10 years we didn't teach you anything. Now we are going to teach you a skill and you fend for yourself. And I think it's a real fraud on children and on children's parents, and something has to be done. The focus on skills is extremely important. It should continue. It's a lifelong learning, etc. But we cannot ignore the fact that basic schooling has to be fixed. And when it comes to fixing of basic schooling, they say, where's the money? First question is, where's the money? Don't forget that like in health, where the percentage of public spending was stuck at 1.2, in education it has been stuck at 3% of GDP for the last 15 years. In spite of what the Kothari Commission in 1968 said, 6%. So it's stuck. And they say, where's the money? So there's an old saying, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. And I think we are paying the price. We are paying the price for not biting the bullet and saying we cannot have a country, a strong country with aspirations of becoming a superpower with such a weak health and education system. So the third thing I want to say is that I'm very nervous about the edutech, invasion of edutech into school education. A lot of children are now saying, oh, we'll do open university after class 8, open schooling, we will take this, we'll sign up for some edutech course. That edutech course isolates the child. And all studies on schooling education, what is it that when a woman goes to school for 5 years or 7 years, suddenly child survival improves, nutrition improves, fertility falls? What is it? Is it the textbook? Is it the infrastructure? Is it the quality of the teacher? No. It is the process of socialization. When children come together, interact, engage, learn to ask questions, all of the education survey research tells you it is socialization. And what this edutech does is to train you how to write an exam and get through it even by sitting at home alone. So I think these are threats to it. But having said that, of course, I'm not an educationist, but we have to give a big push for equity and quality. We have to emphasize critical thinking and problem solving. We have to promote digital literacy and technical skills, especially looking at young girls and women. We have to foster creativity and innovation. I mean, there are lots of things, focus on lifelong learning, enhance soft skills, and so on and so forth. So there's a big, big agenda. So all I'm trying to say is that there is more to the role of education in society than ensuring reading, writing, and arithmetic, or ensuring that you pass an exam. And I think the challenge for all of us is to really reflect as a society on what is the kind of education system we have. And this cuts across rich, poor, middle class, everyone, that the kinds of values that are being inculcated in children are not the true spirit of equality, pluralism, and social justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Shiv. Thanks for that note. I'm going to Nivedita now. Nivedita, the future of human development and focusing on communities and research in particular.
I'll take the first bit of it. I thought I'd like to speak about urbanization, say about, despite growing urbanization, about 70% of our population does live in the rural, and about 60% will continue to do so. Trends 2030 indicate. And nearly half of Indians will be dependent on agriculture for their livelihoods, no matter how suboptimal. And the rural-urban transition, in a sense, is not the binary, in the sense that we have most of those who move to the urban have foot in the rural. And so rural development, I think, is very, very critical, and a strategy to make villages a more livable place, to make the village a place where people choose to live rather than want to flee or have to flee. We do know that, the number of poor reduced in our country up to 2019 or so, but the pandemic, as we all know, has been an enormous fragility multiplier. And in that context, poverty has increased post. The number of poor people has almost doubled post-pandemic. And if we were not to address the areas that we've discussed, the human development agenda, for example, health and nutrition for children and women, economic security, freedom from violence, I mean, the ones that we've all talked about, I'm not going to go into it, but I think availability of water and quality air is something I've not heard much, so I think, once we look at this, what we need to do is also look at the role of civil society together with market institutions and governments. I think that is becoming more and more, it's becoming less and less fashionable. There's a crisis of accountability for civil society organizations. The number of large NGOs in India with a budget above 100 crores is only 20. There are large numbers of small ones. So there is something happening here, and I think policy cannot remain blind to it, and policy should not throttle civic action. I don't know what we can do about it, but beyond, so the aspiration then is also to live in the rural needs to be looked at. And from my own experience, what I would say is, and my research, it's fair to say that people desire to be at home. We've seen this in the lockdown, right? And post-pandemic, there's no doubt. So the problem is the push, the lack of facilities, distress migration. That there are people who might want to go to the cities, but the quality of life there and the notion, that people have a twinkle in the eye when they go to a city, I think that's a thing of the past. Some people believe it, but it's not backed by any evidence. We also know that, so my hope is, the hope will really come from the rural that we develop, where people will want to live, and maybe in the Gandhian sense, back to the village, that's where really we need to think about that. And distress migration, is, we've seen reverse migration post-pandemic, and that people did not want to go back. So many people in labor supply states, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, where I myself have worked, we've seen how people have been wanting to stay back and not been able to go. And there's no count of how many people actually left the villages. We actually had many more people coming back than we thought had left. I mean, all sections of society thought had left. Sure. So I do think that that's where the real hope comes from. If we don't look at that, then it's going to be more of the same.
Thank you so much, Nivedita. And now I come to the last question to Dr. Sharma. Dr. Sharma, what do you think, and it's a long question, but just a minute if you can reflect on it, what should the government and policy play a role in, especially while we are talking of shaping the human development in the country?
See, what I think what's happening in India is very unique. If you look at the history of world development and assuming there is this one development model only, throughout the world, first they did primary education, school education, then same time just after that, the people shifted from the agriculture to urban areas. You had urbanization, you had manufacturing, light manufacturing, they were absorbed in those jobs. And that's how development happened. Incomes increased, more people got employment. This is what happened to UK, USA, Germany, Japan, Southeast Asia, Korea, then China. In India, it has not happened that sequence. Look at the 50s. Hardly any primary and secondary education stress. We made big IITs, all the temples we made, IITs, etc. Big industries thinking they would absorb. Urban was completely neglected up to 1990s. So we are in a very different situation where policy making has to be done. Now what we're doing everything at the same time. This is what I see. You're doing primary education at the same time, secondary education at the same time, improving the productivity of people through education, skills. You're trying to set up manufacturing, try to give them jobs, IT, everything we're doing at the same time. So this is the nightmare of a policy person. And there are no models how to do it. And that's why I keep on doing everything, trying everything, and possibly repeating everything after 7-8 years. I see in policy making what I started in 85, we abandoned in 95, again 2004 it came. And there's nothing wrong with this. It's just that, the way we are doing it, everything simultaneously in parallel. There is no model to do it. How do you do primary, secondary, tertiary education at the same time? Try to shift population from the rural areas. Try to develop your urban areas which are already developed in such a way that now it's only retrofitting. And what do you do to Delhi now except retrofit? You can't demolish Delhi. So you have that. Then where do you get the jobs? Manufacturing, it's a very difficult environment, both internationally. You have IT, you have services. So under these circumstances, making a policy is a severe challenge. And that is what is the challenge for future.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. Once again, thank you so much to our panelists for this closing plenary. I think we've got lots of insights, lots of takeaways from this closing session. And we hope our audience had a wonderful and insightful time during the public policy dialogues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists. And may I please request Dr. Arushi Jain to present the panelists with a small token of appreciation from us. To Professor A.K. Shivakumar, please. Dr. Nivedita Narayan, please. And Dr. Shamir Sharma, please. May I quickly request the panelists for a quick group photograph, and then you can alight the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And now it's time for some celebrations. तो दिल थाम के बैठिए for the announcement of Best Research Poster and Innovation Sandbox Presentation Awards. Each presentation, I must say, was made brilliantly, and our judges had an interesting time while coming up with the winners list. So first we'll go with the research award posters. For the research poster presentation awards, the judges panel had Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Dr. Arushi Jain and Professor Anjal Prakash. May I please request all the judges to come onto the stage, please? Oh, okay. Professor Ram has left for the day, but Anjal and Arushi are here, so. Okay, for the second runners-up, we have a tie. Dr. Jagriti Singh, Senior Program Manager, Research and Communication, ITC Limited. Her topic was Holistic Development of Poorest of the Poor Women. Okay, sure. This one. I think a round of applause, please. Thank you. The tie was with Pirzada Mahbubul Haq, a student, Piramal Foundation. His topic was exploring the collective efforts towards public health initiatives in the aspirational district of Baramulla, Jammu and Kashmir. The first runner award goes to, and please give it up for Team BIPP, Astha Kaura, Ritvik George and Amrita Chakrabarti. And their topic was charting the data landscape, empowering futures with India Data Portal. Come on, louder please. Thank you. Sprint, Ritvik. Many congratulations. And finally, the winner of the research poster presentation is Dr. Nikita Pandey, whose topic was Unfolding India's Journey to the Path of Universal Health Coverage. Is she around, Dr. Nikita Pandey? Okay, so we'll try. Please do come up. While Nikita is not here, she is a PhD scholar at Ashank Desai Center for Policy Studies at IIT Bombay. We can clap in absentia also, guys. Thank you, Arushi. Anjal, if you can please continue to be here. And now, it's time for Innovation Sandbox Presentation Awards. The judges panel consisted of Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Professor Anjal Prakash, Dr. Pushpinder Singh Puniha, and myself. I think Ram and Pushpinder. Professor Ashwini, may I invite you, please? You're the host. You're the brains behind this.
Okay, so the consolation prize for the Innovation Sandbox goes to Mr. Pranav PSS for his innovation Pilala Kosam Movement for Children. Mr. Pranav is the implementation partner at Ramakrishna Math. Okay, so for the position of second runner-up, we have a tie. First, it is Mr. Aman Trehan for his innovation, Project I Raste. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Mr. Aman Trehan is the lead project manager, Mobility, iHub Data, Triple IT, Hyderabad. So the other second runner-up is our very own Miss Amrita Chakrabarti, taking away 2 prizes this day for her innovation, Innovate, Navigate, Integrate, a data revolution with India Data Portal. Ms. Amrita is the project lead of India Data Portal at Bharati Institute of Public Policy, Indian School of Business. So the first runner-up award goes to Captain Puneet B. Is he here? Is there someone who can collect award on his behalf? No. Okay. So the winner of the Innovation Sandbox presentation is Mr. Abhas Vyas for his innovation, Digital Transformation in Land Governance through Swamvita Scheme. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Congratulations to all the winners.
Moving forward, I would now like to invite Professor Ashwini Chhatre, Associate Professor and Executive Director, Bharati Institute of Public Policy at ISB for his closing remarks, please.
It is my privilege, honor, and not my delight to close this session of the dialogues. Of course, one part of me wants it to continue, and I hope it will. And it will continue in ways that doesn't require us to spend time away from other priorities for longer periods of time, but ways that we will find to engage not only with the questions and topics that we discussed, but also engage with each other through our differences and through our disagreements. I want to point to I have 3 observations to share from my participation in the public policy dialogues starting day before yesterday. I want this to sound as a vote of caution because there is a lot of backslapping and self-congratulations. It was a great event. I enjoyed myself thoroughly, even if I say so myself. But I do think it is important to also be able to step back and see what we were not able to do. The first observation relates to disagreement. We did not disagree a lot. We were in violent agreement most of the time. I think that is a matter of concern, because these are very, very difficult challenges, and without disagreement, we will not be able to find our weak spots. We will not be able to move forward. We will not be able to help each other become better at solving these problems. I wish we are able to find ways to disagree with each other without disrespecting anyone. I saw it in flashes, and then I saw defenses go up, and I saw steps quickly pedaling back to create a culture that is clearly not amenable to a dialogue. So a warm and fuzzy dialogue is not really what is going to help us. The second observation is largely related to the absence of cross communication, cross winds, so to speak, ventilation. And I say absence because its presence makes it obvious how much more we need it. So the round table on livelihoods and skill diversification brought in isolated comments about learning outcomes and nutritional outcomes. We were not able to handle it within the confines of the round table, because we had only 90 minutes to talk about livelihoods. And learning outcomes was its own roundtable. Why is someone talking about learning outcomes in the livelihoods roundtable? So we fell back repeatedly into the same silos that we are screaming to break. Perhaps it's human to do so, but I think the most important attribute that makes us human is awareness of where we fail, and therefore can become better. This is perhaps a matter of design, and perhaps a failure of imagination, where as organizers we could have anticipated it, and we will certainly do better the next time, so that conversations are not stifled because they somehow don't belong, or they belong to some other session on some other day. I don't know how to do this, but I felt it because these questions were tentative, with the recognition by the poser of the question themselves that they probably don't belong in this session. They belong somewhere else, but they were important and relevant. So that's the second part. The third observation was we were, for the most part, unable to relate policy to the lived experience of people. We talked about policy very deeply, passionately, insightfully, and we talked about lived experience with great detail, bringing out the nuance and the lessons from observation of and from lived experience. But in my observation, we collectively were not able to do it well on more than a few occasions, including presentations and the conversations that follow. These three failures became apparent, and that is the silver lining where I want to close. These three failings became apparent to me because they were present during the informal discussions. The disagreements were out there in the open when people were talking over food and tea. There was plenty of disagreement and heated conversations, but we were somehow unable to bring them into the boardrooms. Right? And all three of these, I could see them, but only when we were interacting informally. So something about the formal structures that we have created prevents us from sort of crossing that final frontier, to actually break down silos, to talk to each other as human beings with independent intellectual identities, with disagreements, and of course, focusing on human development. So, it is possible for us to do this. We can disagree without losing our civility. And we did it. And all the other failures that I pointed to. It is now our burden to be able to translate this ability to more formal situations. If we can't do this at a safe, neutral space like the public policy dialogues, it's very hard for me to imagine that we will be able to do this where community representatives, political leaders, civil servants, NGO workers are all sitting together discussing a thorny problem. We will not be able to move beyond these formal structures and the silos in which we assign ourselves. And with this silver lining, I hope that we will be able to design a better structure for the dialogues where we will have overcome at least some of our hesitation in disagreeing with each other. Some of our hesitation in breaking down these silos, gathering the courage to talk about climate change in a livelihoods panel and talk about learning outcomes in a climate change panel. And most of all, of course, the courage to be ourselves, to talk about issues that we care and act on deeply in ways that allow us to go back after the dialogues to do more and to do better. So with that, I thank you once again for joining us, and I hope that this has been an experience that will bring you back next year as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashwini. And now to formally end the Public Policy Dialogues 2024, I would like to invite to the podium Dr. Arushi Jain.
So now we come to the end of the Public Policy Dialogues 2024. And thank you, Professor Chhatre, for covering and, from our side, communicating that Public Policy Dialogue. So the event is over, but the discussions are going to continue through the year. And also the knowledge products that we are going to come up with on the aspects of human development is something that all our participants are going to look forward to. So with that, I'm going to begin with a big thank you to Mr. Amarjeet Sinha. He's not here right now, but a very big thank you to Mr. Sinha for his entire role as the advisor of the organizing committee. He helped us, organize this entire conference. So we will communicate this gratitude to him as we meet him outside, or maybe he has a flight right now. A very big thanks to Professor Ashwini Chhatre, the chair of the Public Policy Dialogues 2024. Professor Chhatre, without your guidance, without your support, nothing is possible, and all of us are able to do whatever we do with your, just following your footsteps. So thank you so much for that. A big thanks to our entire organizing committee, the team Bharati Institute of Public Policy. A huge round of applause to each one of you. I'm not going to name people, but you all know how much of effort has gone in organizing this event. It's been months of effort, so much of coordination, organizing this large scale of event, organizing so many flights, but more importantly, reorganizing those flights time and again, with the disruptions of fog and visibility and rescheduling and all of that, I think there was a whole team supporting us for doing all of that at the back end. A seamless delivery of any event actually happens right, that's what we see from the front. But there is that effort, that tremendous effort that goes at the back end, which generally neither do we see nor do we sometimes recognize. But each and every person of Bharati Institute actually needs this, this applause because they've done a lot to make this a success. So thank you so much, each and every one of you. Along with that, we had our researchers stepping in who were rapporteuring for sessions, Anjal leading the entire effort of, checking the scripts and checking what is coming in. And we are going to come up with a conference proceeding of the public policy dialogues in the times to come. Thank you so much to our participants, who have been with us for these 3 days. Beginning with our speakers, both for the panel discussions as well as the roundtables, without whom the dialogues couldn't have been successful and fruitful. Thanks to the delegates of the policy dialogues for their participation in the dialogues, and also the students of the local universities and colleges, who came and attended the dialogues in big numbers. But more importantly, I was truly fascinated to see the inquisitiveness of these young minds. While roundtables were going in, while panel discussions were going on, these young students have had so many interesting questions to ask, and really questions that, even I saw so many panelists answering to their questions during teas and lunch breaks and other times. So the inquisitiveness of these students is something that, probably shows us a path that is very promising for our future. Along with that, we had the innovation sandbox presentations and the research posters. In fact, a lot of praise that we received was for the research posters that were displayed down below. And a lot of people actually asked us whether we can share with them the posters in their digital format, because they want to look and, little dig deeper into the kind of research that is happening and connect with the people who have done this research. I think that is commendable work, and we would like to continue in our future editions of Public Policy Dialogues with many more such research poster initiatives. Innovations, we got representations and nominations from the ministries, from the state governments, from organizations, and many other individuals who presented their own work during the Innovation Sandbox. So thanks to one and all for being a part of policy dialogues in very, very varied and different ways. With this, we come to the end of Public Policy Dialogues 2024, and we will look forward to having you all for the next edition of Policy Dialogues, hopefully in January 2025. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Arushi. Before you all moved for high tea in the atrium, we have found a key to the Kohinoor, a single key. So if anyone has lost it, please come and find us and take it from us. Okay, may I also, so you can all now proceed to the atrium for high tea. Join us for that. Thank you, everyone. And the team of Bharati